What's up? How's it going?
Hey, are you ethnically Jewish?
I'm not, but I think you gotta change your name because Dean didn't dodge the Nick debate. In fact, he stomped him.
If you think
Anyway,
that, you're a mental
uh,
retard, but okay.
oh, that's not very demure of you.
Faggot.
Okay, bye-bye now. Damn. Imagine being wrong about that and also being wrong about the Holocaust. Couldn't be me. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Hey, what's up? Oh, I accept your surrender, Tommy. Get folded like a chair, scrambled like an omelet, reformatted like a hard drive. Get your ankles absolutely shattered. You will never debate again. All right, let's try to get someone up in here. Hey, how's it going?
Okay, so and your point in the God isn't true. That like what do you mean?
Uh,
He is. Isn't
wait,
that
let's start.
no.
Let's start from the
Listen.
top. How old are you?
Old enough to be your dad. Listen, if
Okay,
don't
wait.
if
But
I don't
how
marry,
old is that specifically? Because you don't sound old enough to be
yeah,
my
I don't give
dad.
a fuck, nigga. Alright,
Okay,
listen.
well, that's
Why
fine. So
is
it's
it
like a pretty basic question. So if you can't answer the basic question of how old are you, I'm probably just gonna move on to the next guest. Hey, how's it going?
Hi,
Hey, how old are you?
41.
And are you driving right now? Well,
No,
oh, that was a really long pause. That's like the secret hidden sixth one that rarely comes up but sometimes does. That you can't be driving. What's up? How's it going, PT?
Hello, how are you?
Doing well. How old are you?
I'm 40.
And what religion?
I'm a Christian.
Okay, what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
The strongest argument that if there's a God or there's not a God.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, guys, listen to me, guys. Thank you for picking me up. I appreciate it.
Yeah, but what's your strongest argument?
My strongest argument is that there is a God.
That's
Why?
your conclusion, but what's the
Why I
argument for
said
that?
there's okay. Why I say that is that if there is, you have a left arm and you have a right arm, right? And everything in this life is pairing in twos. We have the heavens and we have the earth. We have good and evil. So if there is demons on earth, okay, and there is evil on earth, then there is a God. If everything has a negative side and a positive side, you can't say the negative is existing, but the positive don't exist. You cannot say you have only one eye. You have two eyes, and one of them sees further than the other one. Even your body, even your arms, there is one stronger than the other. That's to tell you all these signs. Your legs, there is one stronger than the other. All these signs shows you that there has a weaker side of you and there is a stronger part of you. And so either we want to believe it or not, if that the world wants to believe it, there is something that is bigger than the earth.
That's
There is
nice.
something
So
that,
your argument is essentially just because the number two shows up everywhere that God exists?
of course, if there is evil,
Okay,
there is
so
good.
I mean,
If there is evil, there is
I
good.
don't have two teeth. I don't have two
You have
fingers. I
two
don't have
doors, you
two
have two feet,
toes.
your teeth, you have the
If
upper,
we
and
wanted
you
to
have
get
the
onto like the
lower.
subatomic level, the fundamental substance of reality, matter, isn't composed of two elements. It's composed of protons, neutrons, and electrons. There's tons of times where two isn't the case.
Okay. And so what else I want to add to it is that
Did you cover your camera?
if there
Or
is a
not your
good,
camera, but your microphone?
no, oh yeah, my hands was on it. Sorry. Um, if there's two sides of everything, okay, and if we don't even believe in the two sides of everything, that one side have to be stronger than the other side, they can convince. Why is it that have you? I want to ask a question. Why is it that the only religion that is being attacked so much because it carries so
Oh,
much
I don't
power?
care. I just don't care about any of this. Do you have an argument for why God exists? I'm not really interested in
And
discussing
he does exist. That is why
like
everyone is fighting against it.
the religious, like how it's actually practiced.
How is
Also, so the reason why it gets attacked a lot in are you in America? Do you live in America?
yes, I'm in the United States.
Yeah, it's because it's the biggest religion and it has a direct impact on literally everyone's lives because people keep trying to legislate it into our laws, which is ridiculous.
Oh, okay. So what does it say on your money? Your US dollar. It says something.
Yeah, so if what you're saying is that Christianity is influential on our culture, then I agree. But just because it's influential on our culture doesn't mean it's true.
Okay, but what does it say on your money? I want to ask you on your US dollar. What does it say?
E pluribus unum.
What does it say on it?
E pluribus unum.
It says, "In God we trust."
Yeah, it says lots of things, but
And so,
again, wait. So
okay.
I've already addressed this point. I don't know why you're trying to give it again without addressing my
You asked
criticism.
me
I'll
a
just I'll
question.
just
I
give
asked you a
the
question.
I'll just
If you
give the exact same criticism. I agree that that Christianity is influential on our culture, but just
okay,
because it's influential on our culture doesn't mean it's true. It just means that
okay,
lots of people believe it. So just because lots of people believe something doesn't mean it's true. Lots of people
oh,
thought that the Earth or that the sun orbited the Earth, and then we learned more, and then we knew better.
okay. Can I talk to?
We were already
Since
talking.
since you said that it's on the money and it doesn't matter and it has an influence on your country, I think actually whoever put it on the US dollar, that's "In God we trust," and it has a logo that has been on your money since the beginning of when your money started, your finances started.
No, it actually got
I
added
think
there
that
during the
person,
Cold War, I believe.
oh, doing a okay. I think that person, whoever did that, is a very smart person.
So
Your founders.
the reason why they did all the God shit during the Cold, this is also where "In God We Trust" during the Pledge of Allegiance came from. It's just because they wanted to make people more patriotic by thinking that like God liked them or whatever.
Oh,
But
okay.
that doesn't,
Oh,
like,
okay.
again, none of this means that
Okay.
your religion is true. You still need to demonstrate that your religion is true.
Okay. I'm not done yet. You keep cutting me off.
You haven't said anything of substance.
I said your founders are very smart to do that, because if it wasn't your founders, America would not be standing right now.
I just
It's your
explained to you.
founders.
Are you listening or are you not listening? I just gave you a very in-depth explanation for why it wasn't our founders who put this on our money. Did you hear or were you not listening?
Can I make a point to
Wait,
you?
wait. Can you summarize back to me my explanation to you? Otherwise, you like it's just so apparent that you're not listening. Like you can have the exact same conversation just talking to a wall.
There is a God.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, if you can't summarize that back to me, then I'm just going to move to the next guest because you're obviously not listening. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's try to get this live in front of as many people as we can. Try to get this all the way up to 30K likes. So if that's like 20 likes from each of you. And with that, we'll go to the next guest. Make sure you're dropping that follow, though. And if you want to support the stream, the Venmo is allegedly -Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. What's up, Blender?
Yo,
Dixie, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail, Dixie. Hail, 666. And a big hail, Satan. I appreciate that.
no,
how
not
old are
even
you?
close. I'm
How?
18.
Okay. Purdy, thank you so much. That's sick as fuck. I love Halloween. Happy
There's
spooktacular.
many reasons I disagree with your statement.
Yeah.
God, you're saying God isn't real when when he's mainly the creator of us, when he's mainly the creator of everything here.
Yeah, what's the evidence for that?
The Bible.
Gotcha. Oh, and then I have a really important question for you.
Go ahead.
What's the evidence that the Bible is true?
Everything.
Such as?
You got Psalms, you got the Book of Numbers, you got all of this. This is all real evidence. We got Jesus.
Yeah, wait, so what
Jesus'
about
blood, we got
wait,
everything.
so the Bible is true because of the Bible?
No.
No. So what's the evidence that it's true?
It's the Book of Numbers, the Book of Psalms, the book
Yeah,
of
what's the evidence that the book of Psalms, the book of Numbers are true?
we literally have evidence of Jesus's clothes, Jesus's blood, Jesus's
Oh, so not the book of Psalms or the book of Numbers, something completely different.
No, it's
So
all in
we
the book
actually
of
have
Psalms.
no evidence of any of these things. Which of your dubious claims do you want to go through first?
What now?
Which of your dubious claims would you like to explore first? His clothing, his blood, which one? You gotta be on the app. Oh, I accept your surrender. We got a runner. Folded like a chair, scrambled like an omelet, reformatted like a hard drive. Get your ankles absolutely shattered. You will never debate again. And with that, we'll go to the very next guest. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Seamus?
How do you think God isn't real?
Oh, you gotta be 18 or older. If you're not 18 or older, don't request to join. Don't request to join if you don't believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran. And have an argument which doesn't involve personal experience. Additionally, if you want to support the stream, Venmo is allegedly -Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. And that will go to the very next guest. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hello there.
You're not 18 or older. Yeah, I don't know why everyone's like wasting my time today. Let's just get to like a real debate, like a substantive dialectic, a clash of ideas. What's up? How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
Doing well. How old are you?
I'm 51.
And what religion?
No religion. I don't believe in religion.
Do you believe in Jesus?
No.
Fucking damn it. Okay. If you're in that guest request box, make sure you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran. These are pretty simple instructions, I thought, but I guess not. How's it going?
Hey,
How old are you?
27.
And what religion?
I'm Baptist.
Okay. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
My strongest evidence would be I don't believe that material can create material. And the only way I can say that God is real is if you believe that an immaterial God is going to create material, if that makes sense.
No, it doesn't. So material creates material all the time. For example, out of like atomic decay, radioactive decay, you can go from like a uranium atom and then that will decay into like a thorium atom. Like material leads to the existence of new material literally all of the time, constantly.
Okay, so if we go back like to the beginning of everything, let's say before the earth was created, so you believe that something material right out of nowhere would just like create
Not
just
out of
what would be so
nowhere.
perfect. Well,
Not
yeah,
out of nowhere.
so
That's not the
what's your
case.
standpoint on that?
Yeah, so my case is that something material has always existed and that it's just been leading to more and new material things, that it's always been changing.
So my question would be then, like, do you believe you have a soul? Do you believe in spirit and soul?
No, I have no evidence of a spirit or a soul.
You have no evidence. How come?
I'm not sure how to explain this to you. I just have no evidence. It's kind of a weird question to ask. Like, how do you have no evidence? I just do. There isn't any evidence that I've been presented that's like compelling for in regards to the existence of like a spirit or a soul.
So based on that, so the I just can't believe that as a human being that I was created by, you said something material and it would happen that, you know, I love, you know what I'm saying, which we all know God is love. In fact,
I don't know
he is the
that.
definition of love. Well, it says
That's not
so
true.
in the Bible, and I know you're gonna probably grab the little thing again to talk about
Yeah,
the
I
Bible,
will.
but yeah, but still though, you can't the evidence, well, what your standpoint on how the earth was created, that I don't see how that makes sense to me.
So what's the evidence
Because
that the Bible is true?
so what's your evidence of Abraham Lincoln as in, or George Washington, because you're reading about them in a book, you believe about what everything they did, do you not? But at the same time,
So
if somebody
okay, gotcha. So the way that we come to these conclusions is by having a wide variety of contemporary historical sources that ascribe very similar properties and characteristics and large amounts of overlap to specific individuals throughout history. Hex, thank you so much for the cent subscription. This is how we know that Socrates existed. It's because he was mentioned by literally everyone. He was a niche Athenian micro-celebrity. He was talked about by Plato, Aristotle, Aristophanes, Hegesias. Literally everyone who had a pen at the time who lived in Athens was talking about Socrates. Whereas we have, I think, like one account of Jesus from like a historian who never knew him.
that's actually not true. I don't believe
Yeah,
that's
so
not true
what's
because
the
so reading the Bible and we're reading the Bible, the places they mention in the Bible, these are like actual real places. When Jesus died and resurrected the 3 days, it's been like 500 accounts of people seeing him after he was resurrected.
Are you
In fact, this
familiar
is
with the
not,
Odyssey?
I'm not.
Yeah, so there's this like obviously like fictional mythological story called the Odyssey. It was written by Homer. And in the Odyssey, they go to real places, and then obviously fictional things happen, like they encounter cyclopses or whatnot. So, do you think that the Odyssey is true because it involves real places?
No, it does not. I don't
It
believe. I
does.
don't
It
believe.
involves Greece. It very much does. You didn't even know about the Odyssey 5 seconds ago. I don't know how you're going to claim that the Odyssey doesn't involve real places.
Fair enough. Okay, I'll concede to that. That's fine. I'll concede to that. But again, going back, I can't. Your explanation on like how the Earth came about, it does not make any sense to me. Like like the fact that, as I said, the fact that I love, the fact that I have all these emotions, that comes from something that's like immaterial, comes from a spirit. That's how. Like, if I ask you,
No, it
is
comes
it
from
would it
your
be created?
brain.
No, no. If you say comes from the brain, then love. Do you believe that love can be forced on somebody?
Um, that it like physically is possible to induce love in somebody, or that it would be like ethical to force someone to love someone else. Which question are you asking? Because obviously I would think that it's not ethical to force somebody to love somebody else. But if you're asking like if I got inside someone's brain with advanced enough technology, could I make them love somebody else? Probably. I think that's probably physically possible.
Well, I don't, because true love, I believe true love is cannot be forced. It cannot be, as you said, like, of course you can persuade
Do you,
somebody,
do you have
but
any like
then,
evidence for that? Because we have lots of evidence that love is literally just like a biochemical reaction that involves the releasing of serotonin, oxytocin, and the lighting up of specific neural pathways. So, do you have any evidence that it literally couldn't come about if those things happened?
so here's the thing. I mean, I understand, you like to come with what's it called, your evidence, your science, like, whatever, your evidence. But me as a Christian, I'm not good. I don't need to use the evidence.
Oh,
I just,
gotcha. Yeah, you don't like evidence.
that's not, as I said, there are science. When you talk about God and you talk about science, these don't mix well. That's why you can come up with all these arguments, like, things that, I'm not, if I never studied the things that you've studied, you can say many things that I don't know, and you'll be, I'm saying you'll be right in front of many eyes of people who do know what you're talking about. Whereas if I say something that sounds like it's right, it's right, people that are Christians like me would believe it's right. So at the same time, I feel like we're not going to make any progress on that subject.
So why? Okay, I look around. I look around me. I look at all the luxuries of modern life. I look at like my refrigerator, all the food. All of this was brought to us by science, which led to the advent of technology. There's like new and advanced technologies that interact with the world in very like nuanced ways. The phones that we're currently talking on, the electricity that's generated, literally every single luxury in your modern life came from science. So when I have a decision, when you acknowledge that these things are incompatible, why would I ever pick a Bronze Age fairy tale that says that you can own other people as farming equipment? Why would I ever pick this book, this religion over science, which has done so much material good, so much demonstrable good in the world?
Okay. How come so far? I mean, however old the Earth is, I mean, just scientists have said the Earth is however old it is. How come they haven't found any evidence of life on any other planet besides the Earth?
Because life is a rare phenomena. It only occurs under extremely rare conditions.
Extremely rare conditions,
As in, you need to have like an atmosphere that's conducive for it. You need to have the right cellular makeup. For our life specifically, you needed liquid water, and our Earth is fortunately covered in tons of liquid water. You need very precise conditions, but fortunately for us, there's lots of chances when the universe is so big for this phenomena to actually occur.
chances. Again,
Yeah,
chances. So really, it's
chances.
an extremely rare phenomenon. It's like,
Yeah.
so now it's like you don't want to acknowledge that there's a God actually created this. It's not like
I
an
have no
extremely
evidence that
rare.
a God created. Wait, why would God create all the other empty shit? Why would God make like a star a billion light years away that we're never going to know about or interact with? Why would God do that?
I can answer that question.
Gotcha.
That's one
So this
question
is
I'll
a
ask my
piece of
God. That's
data that is radically
no, 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 no,
unexpected and
no,
unexplainable on your worldview. So
no,
my
no, no, no,
worldview
no,
better
no.
explains this.
Your view, no, you said like the Earth is like the result of an extremely rare occurrence, and I'm saying that can't be true because extremely rare, like you're saying, like everything came about. A human being came about from an extremely rare like occurrence. So like water, the sun, anything. So it's all like since you're saying that the universe is so big, something had to happen like that was like extremely rare that created something so specific, such as human being that can love,
No, so
right?
the
Like
rare
you know,
event,
mm,
you're getting it out of order. The rare
yeah.
event that is in question here is a planet existing that is conducive for the formation of life. The existence of of a planet like this is pretty rare. We look around the galaxy, we don't see very many planets that are conducive for life. But just because it's rare doesn't mean it isn't going to happen, especially when the universe is as big as the universe is. It's just an inevitability given so many attempts that eventually one is going to have the conditions that are necessary and conducive for life. This is why I can explain all the empty planets while you can't. So both you and I can explain the existence of life, like on our planet, but what you can't explain is all of the planets that we'll never interact with or know about that are just completely empty. The purpose for why any of these exist, why God would make literally any single one of these.
Do I actually have to know why like there are empty planets to say that the occurrence of the Earth is not like an extremely rare something that happened like out of I guess outside of so many chances you talked about?
Yeah, I mean, lots of things are chance events that led up to the formation of life. It's unlikely that life would arise, but given enough chances, enough tries, eventually it's going to arise.
You can
So that's congruent with my worldview. My worldview says there's going to be lots of times where life doesn't occur. There's going to be lots of planets where life doesn't occur, and then there's going to be a couple where life does occur. So we have the many where life does not occur, and we know of one where life does occur. So this is coherent with my worldview, but this is extremely unexpected on your worldview. There's no reason why God would make something like Saturn, or moving outside of our solar system, like a star or planet really far away from us that we'll never interact with or encounter or experience. Literally no reason for these things to exist. So the
again,
universe around us is compatible with my view of things, but it's incompatible with your view of things.
so it's if there's been so many like you like your theory is like there's been so many trials as in like and then in one of them this occurred that was so specific. So let's say we could have seen planets with maybe with I don't know at least a little bit of like vegetation or something like that. Maybe like it started and then like because it's like so many things happening, right? There would have been like
No.
but only the
N-
Earth, like I guess outside of all these
So
infinite
vegetation
possibilities, the
comes
Earth
from
happened.
evolution, so you would still need the formation of the very first life forms in order to have vegetation.
I understand, but since I'm just saying like because we're so like I don't know, we're so complex. I'm just saying like we're so complex. It can't be the result of so many trials because how? Okay, you know what? All right, I'll concede on that. I'll concede on that. I'm not gonna like concede. There's no point. There's no point. But the spirit and soul. So that I'm gonna say it's true. I mean, it is real
And what's your
because
evidence?
well, my evidence is I'm always gonna say because God put it in you. You have your body, you have your soul, and you have your spirit.
Oh, your conclusion. Gotcha. So God exists because the spirit and the soul exist, and the spirit and soul exist because God exists. Oh, brilliant.
So again, I mean, this is my first debate, so it's why it's my first debate. I don't come here on TikTok, so obviously I haven't done this as often as you have done. So of course you have your arguments. You have probably like your answer to everything. But all I can say is, hey, we'll see, man. The judgment day, we'll see. All I can say. But hey, thank you for accepting my request. All right, you have a nice
Yeah,
day, man.
appreciate you coming on up here. Hey, Colby, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail, Colby. Hail, 666. And a big hail, Satan. I appreciate that. Big W, Colby, in that comment section. If anybody else wants to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly -Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both of them are in my bio. And with that, we can go to the next guest. But make sure if you're in that guest request box that you're 18 or older, you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. Chaser, what's up? How's it going?
Hello?
Yeah.
Going well. How's it going with you?
Doing well. How old are you? Chaser, you gotta come back to the app. I can't hear you if you're off of TikTok.
Sorry, I am 21 years old.
Yeah, and what religion?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I am not religious, but I do believe that Jesus Christ is my savior.
Gotcha. So the religion that you are is Christian. So what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
I think that in order to have, for there to be order and design, there has to be an intelligent creator, right? And you see that through everyday,
Oh, are you driving?
in our everyday. I am.
You cannot be driving. It's against TikTok TOS. You can't be live and driving. Sorry about that. But if you wanted to come back later in the future, I'd love to talk with you then. But yeah, keep on double tapping on that screen. If you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. It's a link to the link tree. Check it out. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hello.
Hey, how old are you?
Sorry, I'd rather not share that.
Oh, well, you have to share that. Otherwise, I'm just going to assume that you're under 18. So sorry. If you're under 18, don't request to join. But keep on.
We just have to say like we're 9.
Lots of echo. All right, on to the next one. On to the next one. Nevertheless, yeehaw! Thank you so much, Sir Trips a lot. Appreciate that. Hey, what's up? How's it going? How old are you?
41, sir.
And what religion?
Evangelical Christian, sir.
Okay. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Well, since I know that you don't believe in personal testimonies because you're saying that's based off your personal experience, how can you conclude that God doesn't exist when, even though it's the Bible itself, sir, there's basically artifacts that have been discovered, sir?
Yeah.
Years that can go back as far as 2,000 years, sir.
Yeah, which
Noah's
artifacts are we talking about specifically?
For example, the Dead Sea Scrolls, sir. They were found in 1947. by the
And what do you
shepherds
think
in
the
cave.
Dead Sea Scrolls are?
That's what I'm getting to, sir. If you could allow me to speak.
Yeah, go for it.
They were found in 1947 by the shepherds in a cave on the western side of the Dead Sea. These scroll fragments contain Bible texts that are nearly 2,000 years old, sir.
That's cool.
There's other-
So I
there's-
don't believe in those fragments. So what's the evidence that those fragments are true? Because what it is, these are fragments from the Old Testament, from the Hebrew Bible, which happened hundreds of years earlier than them. So why would I assume that these are true?
Because if you read about something and you think, okay, it's mythological, it's a legend, it's this, that, and you actually find that artifact or you find that, then guess what? That connects to the truth, sir.
Finding an
That's
old
exist.
copy of the Hebrew Bible isn't an artifact. Where are the Dead Sea Scrolls mentioned in any of the books?
They're mentioned, not just that artifact.
Wait,
itself,
can
sir,
you
but
wait? Which verse are the Dead Sea Scrolls mentioned in? These are just an older copy of the Hebrew Bible. That doesn't prove that any of the occurrences of it are actually true. And in fact, we know that lots of them are not true. It says that in like Genesis, for example, it says that the earth is older than the sun, when in fact we know it's the opposite, that the sun is older than the earth.
And we can go back and forth, sure. I mean, you can say what came first, the chicken or the egg?
That doesn't respond to my argument. Why does Genesis contain falsehoods?
Genesis doesn't contain false anything, sure. The Bible doesn't contain any false
Oh,
statements.
but
or
it
false
does,
sentences.
because it says that the sun is younger than the earth, but we know that the sun is older than the earth. So it does contain a falsehood.
It does not, sir. I believe that God is real. God does exist.
Okay, what's your
And
evidence that
million
the
other
sun? What's your evidence that the Earth is older than the sun?
ask the rest of the earth, sir, what they believe in. You can choose to believe either
That's just an
in
appeal to
heaven or hell.
majority. I don't care about what the majority of people believe. I care about what's true. Just because lots of
Okay.
people think something doesn't mean that that's the case.
Let me ask you this, sir. When your life ends on this earth,
Nobody knows.
are you confident that you're going to heaven or you're going to hell?
Oh, I don't think either of these places exist, so I'm confident that I'm going to neither.
Well, you say you don't believe in God, and that's what your show is about right now. But yeah, right now you said Hail 6666. Hail
Yeah,
Satan.
it's
So if God
provocative, gets the people going. I don't actually believe in
if
Satan,
God doesn't
though.
exist, why does the devil exist then?
He doesn't.
Okay, and you have all these other Satan worshiping, worshipers. You're cheering them on, and they're
These
going
people
out there
don't
writing
believe
all.
in Satan either. None of these people believe in Satan.
Well, be what it must, sir. But the existence of God is real, sir.
You haven't
God
demonstrated
doesn't.
that in any way.
I have, sir. Like I mentioned to you before, there's plenty of artifacts
Nicole,
to
thank you
discover.
so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Hail, Nicole. Hail, 666. Hail, Satan. Big W, Nicole. I appreciate you. But if you're interested, I can give you arguments for why God doesn't exist.
I'll listen to you, sir.
Yeah. If God is real and he is perfect and he designs each and every one of our anatomies, then why does he give some people cancer?
That's the same old age question. If God is real, why does He let bad things happen to good people, sir?
No, don't expand it. Cancer. We're just talking about cancer.
It is a
Elizabeth, thank you
simple
so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Hail, Elizabeth. Hail, 666. Hail, Satan. Big W, Elizabeth. I appreciate the hell out of that. Why would God allow kids to be unalived by cancer? Go for it.
Well, as we know, sir, it's hereditary.
Yeah, so, but it says in the Bible that God is forming all of us in our mother's wombs. So why would God form some kids with cancer?
And what's not to say, sir, that if that particular family, for example, or that child asks or prays to God to be healed,
Why the ineffectiveness of prayer. We have scientific studies on this fact that there is literally no difference in efficacy of the groups that are prayed for versus the groups that are not prayed for.
prayer is real, sir. The second thing I wanted to mention as well.
Wait, do you have a refutation of the study that I'm referring to?
Again, sir, you said you don't believe in personal experience. That's what I'm basically basing that
Gotcha. Wait,
statement off.
so, and you can recover from a disease miraculously, and you can even be prayed for during your miraculous recovery, but that doesn't mean that there was anything supernatural involved in any of this.
Okay. So the difference between science and miracles, what's the difference, sir?
Science is testable and repeatable and functions based off of like a lab environment. Frida, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Hail, Frida. Hail, 666. Hail, Satan. Big W, Frida. I appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you so much.
Okay, you were saying?
Oh, I mean, I guess the difference is that science is testable and repeatable in a lab environment, whereas miracles aren't.
Okay. So if you're saying that science has an explanation for everything,
I
then why
didn't say
can't
that.
science? Okay, then why can't science explain miracles?
I didn't say that science doesn't have an explanation for miracles, but my explanation for miracles is quite simple. Either there's a naturalistic explanation for them, or it didn't happen.
Okay, so you're saying basically it's a mere coincidence? It's something that just
Yes,
happened
well, very
magically,
often, yeah.
unexplainable?
Yes, indeed.
So do you also believe in Darwin's theory and the Sathra experience and all that other stuff?
I believe in evolution.
We had to evolve from something, sir. We can't just pop out of air. We can't just be popped out of a
I
a
believe in
puddle of water or whatever.
evolution.
Yeah, but who created the evolution? That's what I'm saying.
Evolution is just a process that follows logically, just from the basic facts that the things that are good at survival and reproduction are going to be more likely to survive and reproduce, and thus their genetics are going to be selected for.
Which is exactly what I'm saying, sir. God created everything, sir.
Oh,
So
and
instead,
wait. So in my explanation, did the word God come out of my mouth? Because otherwise, I'm confused as to how my explanation supports God when God was no part of my explanation.
no, but that's part of your theme for your show. Explain
Yeah.
that
So
God is
what's
not
the
real.
evidence that? Oh, I actually have a
I'm
good
explaining that
question
God
about
is
that.
real.
Grimlock, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail, Grimlock. Hail, 666. Hail, Satan. Big W, Grimlock. I appreciate the hell out of you. Okay. Why did God do that to the dinosaurs?
Well, we can go far back if you're wanting to see about that.
Yeah, if you believe in evolution, I'm really curious about your explanation for why God would make the dinosaurs just to wipe them all out.
All right. So my counter can be this, sir. Whether you choose to believe it or not or understand it, I don't know. Why did God create the flood?
Wait, I'm asking you about the dinosaurs
Yeah,
because you said
that's
that you believe in
exactly.
evolution. So, a question which is unrelated to evolution is not going to be an answer to my question. Also, I don't believe in God, so asking me a question about the flood that I also don't believe in is just not really going to get you an answer.
Okay, well, right. So God basically created the flood because there was evil in all the entire earth.
Were the dinosaurs evil?
Well, think about it. If you got giant reptilian creatures roaming the earth and you're living around them, what's going to happen to you? They're going to eat you up.
Yeah, so then why make the dinosaurs in the first place?
Okay? That's exactly where I'm going at, sir. So the reason why the book of Genesis, why God created the flood, was because the whole entire earth was covered in evil. And what ended up happening? You know, God
Tyler,
basically
thank you
told,
so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail, Tyler. Hail, 666. Hail, Satan. Big W, Tyler. I appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you so much. Okay, so were the dinosaurs evil?
they were basically going to eat us alive, if that's what you're
So then why
referring
make
to
them
as
in the
God is
first
evil.
place?
Well, think about it this way as well, sir. That's what I'm trying to get to. Hold on. So God did the flood, of course, 40 days, 40 nights, Noah's Ark, of course. Once the flood was basically over, God himself said, you know what? I don't need to basically clear the earth of any evil. You guys are basically going to kill yourselves, meaning the whole entire earth population, because that's how evil is, sir.
Gotcha.
God for himself, as a promise, said the rainbow.
Okay.
The rainbow which signifies
What
peace.
question did I
That's a
ask you?
promise.
What question
You
did I
asked me
ask
if
you?
dinosaurs are evil, sir.
No, that's not the question I just asked you. Do you want to try again? What was the question that I just asked you that you were responding to? I, in fact, asked you twice.
Okay, I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
Gotcha. So I asked you twice. You were listening neither time. Let's see if the third time will be the charm. Why make the dinosaurs in the first place just to eliminate them later? Why would he make them at all if he knew that he was just going to have to wipe them out later? Ashton, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Hail, Ashton. Hail, 666. Hail, Satan. Big W, Ashton. I appreciate the hell out of you. And thank you so much for the subscription, Wilma. Appreciate that.
And I'll be honest with you, that's sir. I wish I had an answer. But I don't.
Gotcha. You have no idea. It's because this is wildly incongruent with your theory. There is literally no reason why God would make dinosaurs just to eliminate them before humans even existed. Eliminating these dinosaurs happened over hundreds of million, or I think, no, just hundreds of thousands of years. And it would have been a really painful process. So he caused all of this like grotesque, unnecessary suffering when he could have just not even made them in the first place.
Okay, so do you believe in good and evil?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so what's to say that God created dinosaurs, and off of what evidence or facts are you basing off that God wiped
Yeah, that's
the
just off of all
dinosaurs?
the dinosaur bones that we have. The fact that we've radiometric dated them.
Yeah, but did you see God do it himself? Were
I
you
don't
there
believe in
present
God.
when he did it?
I don't
mean,
believe in God.
okay, you just said that God, why did he create dinosaurs, and then why did he wipe them
I'm
again?
asking you about your view because you believe that God made the dinosaurs.
No, you just asked me that why would God create dinosaurs and
Yeah. So
kill them?
what I'm doing is called an internal critique. I'm presupposing that your worldview is true. I'm working within the things that you believe to find contradictions within them to demonstrate that the things that you believe are contradictory. I don't hold that God made the dinosaurs. I think that the dinosaurs evolved.
Well, we can basically here say, agree to disagree, sir. I
Do you
think
have any
that's
evidence? Because I've given you. So we have this piece of data that makes literally no sense under your worldview. That God would make the dinosaurs just to kill them. Makes zero sense at all whatsoever under your worldview. But it does make sense under the worldview that the universe is like indifferent to us.
I didn't ask anything about the dinosaurs. You asked about the dinosaurs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I demonstrated that you have no explanation for them.
Okay. And I honestly answered the question sincerely. I
Okay,
told
that's
you,
fine.
no. I could have, come up with a big ass bogus lie, but I didn't.
That's fine.
That's
Rondo,
part of the
Wando, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Hail, Rondo, Wando. Hail, 666. Hail, Satan, big W, Rondo, Wando in that comment section. I appreciate the hell out of you.
But I guess to end my statement, sir, you're claiming that without using any personal experience testimony, on a such nature to prove to you that God is real,
Yep.
then okay, go ahead and go to the British Museum because that's where they have all the artifacts. Go to Israel. That's where everything started as well, sir. If you
Yes,
truly
which
want
artifacts
evidence
am
that
I
God
looking
is
at?
real, well, I was trying to mention to you earlier, sir, but you're interrupting me, and then of course you're a guest to keep on, funding you money and all that stuff, which I think is pretty rude, sir. But I mean, it's your show. You can do whatever you want,
You think it's rude that they're funding me money?
No, I think it's rude that I'm talking and then I get interrupted and then you start saying, hail this, hail that. And
Yeah,
thank you for
true.
this and thank you for that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
So,
because I
I mean,
appreciate them. I appreciate the hell out of them.
yeah, I know, but if somebody were
I mean,
doing
it's
that to
like
you, would you think that's appreciative?
$7.
If somebody did that to you, do you think that would be appreciative?
People do this to me literally all the time. I go into other people's live streams. I totally understand where they're coming from. I totally understand that they're extremely grateful. I mean, it's like nearly $7. $7 is like, it's not like a small amount of money. It gets you pretty far. It can get you like a lot of things. So I'm very appreciative and thankful.
Yeah, well, that's the other experiences here. But I mean, regardless to say, I do believe in God. I do believe that when I perish from this earth, I will be going to heaven. And everybody can ask you the same old question. Well, what makes you believe that you're going to God? What makes you believe that you're going to heaven? How can you be certain you're going to heaven? I can tell you this much. You believe in God. You believe that Jesus Christ will be your attorney the day you reach heaven. And you're before God and you're judged for all of your sins. And you will be forgotten for those sins. That's what makes me believe that God is real, sir.
Okay. I certainly don't believe any of that. So I guess I'm just going to continue to believe that God isn't real.
You can
And
choose
point
to believe
out,
what you want to believe, sir, and I respect that. I really do.
okay. That's
But
like,
like I
that's all
said,
really nice, but doesn't it bother you that there's like so many things that you have literally no explanation for?
okay, I might not have all the explanation. I might not know a lot of science like you do, sir, but I do know that God does exist. I gave you my facts basically. That if you want the truth, if God does real or God does exist, you read it in the Bible.
Okay.
You've seen
And
the
what's,
artifacts. You've seen the artifacts. You can see them in the British Museum. You can see them in Israel, sir.
yeah, let's just go
That's
through the
evidence of.
artifacts one at a time. So we've already discussed how the Dead Sea Scrolls don't actually prove that the Dead Sea Scrolls are true, i.e., that the Hebrew Bible is true. They don't actually demonstrate this. So what's the evidence that? Do you have any more artifacts that you would like to discuss? Because all of them are very easy to disprove. They've all been scientifically scrutinized, and there's no evidence for any of them. If you're off the app, you got to come back to the app. Alexi, thank you
What
so
about the
much.
Mesha steel, sir?
Which one?
The Mesha steel.
What's this?
The Mesha steel is basically the study of the. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. The study helped verify that the existence of King David and the accuracy of the Bible's historical record.
How do you spell this?
Mesha steel is Mesha, and stele. I'm sorry if I'm saying it wrong. Like I said, it's Stele.
The mesh of steel, okay, is known dated around 800 BC. Inscription in the name of Moab tells us Shamash, the god of had been angry at the people. Do you believe in Shamash?
No,
You
sir.
wait,
I
so you
believe
believe in gods other than Allah, or nice, I almost said Allah. You believe in gods other than Yahweh? Because this stone details Shamash.
like I mentioned, sir, I believe that there is good just like there is evil.
Wait, so you do believe in other gods other than Yahweh?
No, I only believe in Jesus Christ, sir.
Gotcha. So then who is Shamash?
Okay, we're gonna keep on going back and forth, sir. I'm not gonna question my belief. Just like I'm
Gotcha.
not gonna
Okay.
question
So if
yours.
you, that's fine. That's all I really need. Because if, as long as you acknowledge that you're not intellectually honest enough to even like reflect on and consider the possibility that you might be wrong, that's fine. I can accept that. So I appreciate you coming on up here. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, dropping a follow as well. If you're enjoying the debates, you never want to miss one in the future. If you want to support the stream, make sure, or the Venmo's allegedly dash Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Appreciate any and all support. Thank you all so much. Momo, appreciate it. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. Appreciate any and all support. Also, I don't know if I thanked Tyler, but Tyler, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail, Tyler. Hail, 666. And a big hail, Satan. I appreciate that, Tyler. And with that, we'll go to the very next guest. But make sure you're dropping those follows, doing all that other good stuff. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
I'm doing good, bro. What about you?
Doing well. How old are you?
I'm 20, bro.
Okay. And what religion?
You could say I was brought into Christianity, but kind of worked my way out into seeing that God is not under a religion. It's based off of your own spiritual connection with Him.
Yeah, I'm only really looking to discuss with people who believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran. If that's not you, sounds good. I'm so sorry. I'm only looking to discuss with people who fit that criteria. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
How's it going?
How old are you?
37.
Yeah, and what religion?
Christianity.
Okay, what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Well, I believe my God created us, or created me.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. So your argument is essentially that God is real because God is real and He created you?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Can you tell me why my power strip isn't working?
Well, you don't have no electricity running through it.
Yeah, it's like connected to itself, right? It's plugged into itself, so
Right.
it needs to be plugged into something else. Similarly, you can't say that God is real because God is real. It needs to actually be some sort of external proof. You need to prove that God created
Okay,
you.
well, here, then I'll prove it to you then, that my God is real.
Go for it, yeah.
So, in order to create this wonderful earth that we live in, right, we have to have the air, like you just said. You got to have the water. You got to have trees, so we get the oxygen. All of that come into exist. You got to have plants, which insects, only certain insects goes to certain plants, so they can thrive. Like honeybees go from one plant to the other. It's all an ecosystem, correct? So that's your first one. Second, I don't think we evolved, like you say, from water, because then the theory is was we here after the dinosaurs or before the dinosaurs? Because now my Bible that I read says that we was here, man made us, God created us within the 7 days, correct? He created the heavens and the earth within 7 days.
Okay, so there's a couple of things. I'll just address like the dinosaurs point first. This just seems to be like a fundamental misunderstanding of evolution. So we came from water, but specifically, like we
So
share
we
the same
came from
common
what race?
ancestor as the dinosaurs, and the dinosaurs were just like they just came before us. That if you go back far enough, and through our family tree and the dinosaurs' family tree, eventually you're going to run into the same thing. But the dinosaurs did exist before us. And in terms of all of this, like look at the trees arguments. I mean, I look at the water. I see most of it is salt water. I'll literally die if I drink it. I look at the trees. I see the trees are poisonous. Why would God make
What
such an
trees are
inhospitable environment?
well wait, what trees are you around? Because what trees are poisonous?
There exist poisonous trees. Why would there be any poisonous trees?
I'm not known for trees to
Do
be
do you want me to give you the
poisonous.
name of a poisonous tree?
Yeah, and then but what does the tree do, right? It takes our oxygen and turns in, and then when we exhale, it turns into carbon dioxide, and then it filters it, correct?
Yeah,
So
so it's the
I'm not going around hugging trees. Maybe you're going around hugging trees, but I'm taking trees because it's part of the ecosystem that we live in to thrive. And unfortunately, most of if you're a big climate person, you know that the most of the rainforest is being devastated because of their wanting to go in and put in all these crops or turning into they're getting rid they're replenishing the rainforest for agriculture. But
Yeah,
anyway,
true.
go ahead and pull up what you
Oh,
what you're
yeah. So the tree is just the manchineel tree.
Okay, yeah, I never heard that. What about the sequoia trees in
I
California?
don't know anything about the sequoia trees, but why would
Look how
any
big
tree
they
be
are.
poisonous if God made the trees for us?
Well, he didn't. I don't think he's in. I don't think. I think that's man. I don't think that God created trees.
Man-made trees?
No, stop. For as far as deeming it poisonous or not, I mean, I guess you need to define the term poisonous. What is it that that tree's doing that's going to infect us as when we're breathing oxygen and it's taking our carbon dioxide and filtering it? So, I mean, like I said, are you going around hugging the tree? Are you eating the tree? How
Yeah,
is it
so the
poisonous to
apple
us?
it produces kills you.
Okay, no, so those are called fruit trees, not just. I'm thinking normal tree. You're talking about a fruit tree. There's a
Yes?
well, you gotta say fruit tree then, because when you say
Is
tree, it's misleading. You can't define a fruit tree
okay.
as a pine tree, right? Is an apple tree the same as a pine tree?
All right.
No, it's not.
I'll
Is
draw
a
you a
pear
picture. All
tree?
right. All right,
Is
all
a
right, all
pear
right.
tree? Yeah, I got you on that. Is a pear tree the same as an apple? No. Is a peach tree, lemon, wine? I mean, anyway, you're deflecting. I got you on that one. Now, get back to
Okay, big
no.
dog.
Let's
All
okay.
right.
So
No,
you
I
saying
just
that
drew
we
you
come from
like a quick
dinosaurs?
diagram, so maybe to help with your understanding. So it's like fuck.
You're gonna
Fucking
have to give
shit.
me your background, dude, because I
Wait,
can't.
yeah.
It's
So
going by.
it's like this, right? So we have trees, and then one of the subcategories of trees is poisonous trees. Do you understand this?
Yes, but
Yeah. So is
I
it?
could
Do you
care less about
agree
the
that
poison
do
tree.
you agree that poisonous trees are a type of tree?
Yeah, I guess
Gotcha.
yes,
So then it's accurate to say, why would God make poisonous trees?
but it's not. It's different when you come into. But you specifically said an apple tree.
Yes, or it's like
Yeah,
a type of. I don't think it's
so
technically
I
an
call
apple,
those
but it's like a
fruit.
fruit. So wait,
Okay,
So I'm so sorry. And that's my bad. So, it's not poisonous trees. It's actually fruiting trees, is what it is. So we have trees, and then we have fruiting trees. Do you acknowledge that fruiting trees are a type of tree?
yes, it's a branch of a tree. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So it's accurate to say, because fruiting trees are trees, and some fruiting trees are poisonous. It's accurate to say some trees are poisonous.
Yes, I can just so you can I mean, there is poisonous trees, just like there's poison ivy, there's poison plants out there, mushrooms. I don't get the point of poisonous. I mean, it like let's just go back to what it's at hand here. The conversation, because you deflected. The point that I was making is
Damn,
that
you got dog walked on that point. Grr. I accept your surrender. Folded like a chair, scrambled like an omelet, reformatted like a hard
Okay.
drive, milked like an almond, baked like a baked
How-
potato,
how
cooked like
did-
a souffle. Get your ankles absolutely
How did I
shattered. You
get
will
dog
never
walked
win a
when
point
I-
again.
You want to go back to it? Fine, we'll go back to it.
No, it's
then.
okay.
Yeah, well, you said I got dog walked. No, I dog walked you, but that's why you
Oh, I
said,
can just draw the picture again, and then your entire
No,
position
no,
just
no.
gets obliterated. Like it's quite easy.
Okay, the point that I'm making here is that a tree is a tree. I don't care if it's an apple tree or poison tree. It
Yep.
still does the
I agree.
same thing. It takes our oxygen after we breathe it, and it filters it. That's why the tree was created. Also, there was fruit trees, which was created so we can eat the fruit. Now, in the Bible, it says that they took and ate an apple from the apple tree, which that involves Satan. Does it not say that?
Oh, it says that, but what's the evidence that that's true?
So I don't have physical evidence because of that. Because I
there
wasn't
is
there.
none.
Neither do you. Neither do you.
Oh,
Now,
I have evidence. Wait, I do have physical evidence that the Bible's
have
not true. I have
physical
lots of physical
hold on.
evidence that the
You
Bible's
have
not true.
physical
Yes.
You have physical evidence that Adam and Eve was there, and you was there right there with them. And
No,
you
I
saw
have
her.
I have
That's what
physical
I'm-
evidence that that didn't happen.
And who's this coming by? What's
Just easily
philosopher-
Googleable facts. I'm not sure I understand the
Oh,
question.
So now you're believing Google, who created the internet, man or God?
Lots of people created the internet,
Okay,
but
so-
let's try to wait because who?
The point
Because
that I'm about
I
to make-
also
the point I'm about to make is that-
I
no, no, no,
also
no,
hold
I got you. Man can say what they want, right?
man also
coming
created
from the
God
Bible
in my
being written.
worldview. So this is just a non-point.
And
The difference
point that
is
I'm making
that the
that
studies that I'm
man
citing
can-
are reliable, whereas your Bible gets things reliably wrong, and we can even like just intuitively wrong as well. I can just ask you like a basic question about Genesis. If the flood happened, how did the kangaroos get to Australia?
So this is my take. So and there's no actually evidence. So whenever they say that the earth flooded, whenever I read that, the way I interpret it is that I don't believe that the earth was completely flooded, because you have to define the term flooded. People in North Carolina right now and parts of Florida and Tennessee got flooded, right? They said they got flooded because of a hurricane. Now, did the whole state of Tennessee, North Carolina, did it get flooded? No, it did not. Only certain parts. So whenever I read that from the Bible, that a certain part that the world was flooded at that time, the people who lived in that area probably thought that was the world. That was the only area that they
Yeah, that's
didn't-
nice. So the
they
Bible
didn't
disagrees
know-
with you. So
What?
do you want to just read the Bible verse?
Yeah, you can read the Bible verse.
Yeah. So for 40 days, the flood kept coming on the earth, and as the waters increased, they lifted the ark high above the earth. The waters rose and increased greatly on the earth, and the ark floated on the surface of the water. They rose greatly on the earth, and all the high mountains under the heavens were covered. All the high mountains. The waters rose and covered the mountains to a depth of more than 15 cubits. Every living thing that moved on land perished. Birds, livestock, wild animals, all the creatures that swam over the earth, and all mankind. That swarm over the earth. Everything on dry land that had the breath of life died. But yeah, I think that the important part is it says they rose greatly on the earth, and all the high mountains under the entire heavens were covered. So if all the high mountains on heaven were covered, that means that the flood covered everything.
No, I don't take it that way.
Okay,
think-
well, so what
like I
what does all the high mountains mean? Does all the high mountains mean some of the high mountains?
Say hold on, my phone. What now? Hold on.
Does all the high mountains mean some of the high mountains?
Does all the mountains mean some of the high mountains?
Yeah, so it says all the high mountain that the water covered all of the high mountains. Does all of the high mountains mean some of the high mountains?
No. So this is what I take. So, and I think we could both agree with this. Who wrote the Bible? Did God write it or did man do it?
People wrote the Bible. Man
Okay,
wrote the
so
Bible.
okay, and how many times has the Bible been rewritten?
I have no idea. Probably a couple of times.
Okay, I would say at least over 5 times because
Gotcha.
because hold on, and the reason being is because we have Mormons who have their own Bible, right? Believe that they believe in Joseph Smith, but didn't Joseph Smith take some information from the Bible originally to make their Bible?
So, wait, I just want to
So
be clear. You're doing a phenomenal job of discrediting the Bible right now. If the Bible's been written so many different times,
so
then why would I believe a single word that it says?
so this is my advice to you, and that's why I said you can only take. I mean, look at the book. Have you ever read or heard of the book of Enoch?
Yeah, I've heard of the Book of Enoch. Wait.
Okay,
So,
all right. So
wait. Hold on. Because
people
this
think
isn't
that was the
you. I
lost
need a
art.
more direct answer to my question. I don't want like an analogy or a comparison. I don't want this. I just want to know if the Bible has been rewritten, why should I take a word of what it says seriously? Why should I believe any of it if it's been rewritten?
Well, I mean, it was translated from because it wasn't written in English back.
Yeah.
So I think it was originally on tablets or stone tablets, which was in Aramaic, I believe. And I'm not 100% sure if it was Aramaic first. But what I would say is that from what I believe, the Bible was written after 500 years after Jesus was crucified.
Then why would I believe fucking any of it?
I think that you have to just kind of take what I would say my advice for you is after you read it, or if you ever read it at all, besides Googling this verse or that verse, is take some of the information and how it makes you feel and use it to your discretion, because I don't believe everything that's in the Bible either, because it's written over 500 years after Jesus Christ was died, and I don't even believe Jesus Christ was I believe he was a man like me and you, right? A physical being. I don't believe that for the fact that he is 3 in 1. I just don't see that because
Oh, you're going to super hell then. You better
no,
hope
I'm
that the
not.
Bible isn't true. But luckily,
No,
I
I'm
mean,
not.
you've discredited it so much. I mean, if you think it was
I'm
written
not
500 years
discrediting.
after the
I'm just
fact,
saying
there's
that
literally no reason to take any of it seriously. Not a single reason to take even a shred of it seriously.
Okay, so here, has anybody asked you this question? If Jesus was God, and we can return to scriptures, right? When Jesus was on the cross, why did he look up into the sky and say, "Father, why have you forsaken me?"
I mean, I don't think that happened. And I mean, like, neither do you, right? It was rewritten 500 years after the fact.
Well, but don't people believe in the Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the
And
Holy
that's
Ghost?
nonsensical.
So you don't believe in the Trinity either.
I don't believe in God.
Okay, well that's fine, but I believe that there's a God. I don't believe that we was created out of the ocean. Some scientists said that we came from the ocean. But my question is to you is if we evolved, because that's what you say, you believe we evolved, right? So do you believe
Yeah,
that,
I do. I am
so
an
you believe
evolution
we came
defender. So what's your
so do you
well
believe
thought
we
out
came,
question about evolution? Go for it.
so you believe we came from the ocean?
I'm not sure I understand the question. I mean,
Okay,
at one
so
point, yes, I do think that we came from the ocean one of our ancestors lived in the ocean. Yes, I do believe that.
Define the term ancestor. Which one? Was it a fish? Was it the whale?
At least like a single-celled organism. Austin, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Hail Austin. Hail 666. Hail Satan. Big W Austin. I appreciate the hell out of you.
So I would say that you wouldn't say that we came from apes, right? Because
I would say I would go a step farther. We came from apes and we are apes.
But
Kit, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail Kit. Hail 666 and a big hail Satan, big W Kit in that comment
in
section.
theory, if we came from apes, shouldn't the apes be gone?
No, what do you think an ape is?
Well, no, I'm asking you. You say now you're
What
saying
do you think ape is a
ocean.
species?
So first, so you're
organisms that's still making humans then.
Why?
Do we have
Okay, gotcha. Wait,
Why
so
is
I'm
the
because I actually I have
microorganism
I have a question that I'm like seriously interested. I've wondered this for a while.
So you came. So first of all, let's retract what you just said. You said that we evolved from the ocean, an ancestor from the ocean that turned into an ape. What about the Neanderthals? Did the Neanderthals come before apes or after the apes? Because
the Neanderthal is also an ape. It's an ill-formed question.
Okay,
Wait, but I
so
just have like I have a question for you that I've been wondering for a very long time. Okay, wait. So when you say ape, which of these things do you mean? Do you mean this? Do you mean this? Do you mean this? Which of these things do you mean when you say ape?
well, I'll let that define you because you got orangutans in there.
Wait. So which one of these things is an ape?
Which one do you think we came from? I don't think we came
Which
from apes.
none of them. But which of these things?
don't
What do
think
you?
we came from-
Because I just don't. I'm curious what you mean when you say ape.
What? No, well, let's define the term because the only reason why I said apes is because you said that we evolved from apes and
We
yet,
are apes. Humans are apes.
No, he doesn't believe. You don't believe in Satan, right?
No, of course not.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. So, if you don't believe in Satan, then why did you say hell Satan?
That's a good question.
You can't have
Brandon,
Satan
thank you
without
so
God.
much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail Brandon. Hail 666. Hail Satan. Big W Brandon in that comment section. I appreciate it. I appreciate the hell out of you.
Okay, so here's a scenario for
1,000
you.
years from then, he's going to be a god.
Oh, he left. Okay,
No, I
so
didn't leave.
here well it cut out. Okay, so here's a theory for you. Elon Musk is wanting to go to Mars, right? Let's just say that he goes to Mars, and according to scientists and NASA, that there's already proven that there's water there, or there was water there, right?
Brings people up there, they multiply.
All right, I'm asking him a question. Hold on, let him. Do you believe we've been to Mars?
I think we have a rover there. I'm not
Okay,
sure.
that's what I'm meaning. That's what I'm meaning.
Yeah.
Oh,
Kelvin,
alright.
thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail Kelvin. Hail 666. Hail Satan. Big W Kelvin. I appreciate the hell out of you. If anybody else wants to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly -Ian and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both of them are in my bio.
So here, let me ask you this question.
Yeah, go
All
for
right,
it.
say Elon Musk sends people over to Mars. All right. Say 1,000 and that we rebuilt there in Mars. Say 1,000 to 2,000 years from the future from now, right? And
They're going to rewrite that story.
and because Elon Musk got humans to Mars, you don't think for a second that the people would think that Elon Musk was a god?
1,000 years.
1,000
This
years
is,
ago?
first of all,
Answer the question.
I don't know. I can't speak about the future. I have no fucking idea. But second of all,
but is that possible?
if you think that that's true, then
No, but isn't that
congratulations,
possible?
you've just massacred your own religion.
No, they're not.
You
Is it
did, because you just
No, I
described a
don't.
process whereby people attach religious
If you're the
significance,
question,
metaphysical significance
quit
to
deflecting.
historical
Is it
events when in
possible?
fact none exist.
Quit deflecting. Answer the question. Is it possible
I have no idea.
that
Is it possible? Sure, it's possible.
that people? Then why was it not possible here and you're not in with our world?
Why is it not possible that people invented religious significance? I think that that is possible. In fact, I think that that's what happened. That it's not as if Jesus actually was God, but it's just that he had like a cult following around him.
So get back to the Book of Enoch. So if you read it, what?
I didn't read the Book of Enoch, but I've heard of it.
Okay, so so you never heard of the Anunnaki then?
Nope.
Wow.
He needs to read it.
Okay, well this guy ain't gonna read it because he well, my advice is you need to read it. That's insane that you can be up here saying that God isn't real, but yet and criticize people who believe that God is real in their opinion, in their view.
Yeah, based.
But yet again, you haven't read the Book of Enoch. I'm not going to be. I'm not up here to teach you. I'm just up here.
Yeah, you're up here to get like torn in half by me. I
No,
understand.
it's not. You're nobody to turn me in half.
What's
If anything,
what's one point that you think you did well on?
well, first of all, when you come and say that we involved, yes, I know.
Okay, wait. So I have
Um,
an easy question to just like completely collapse your worldview on this topic. So, our second chromosome is a fusion of the 2A and 2B chromosomes that are held by all the other great apes. It's just a fusion of both of them. Why is our second chromosome a fusion of both of them if we don't share a common ancestor with the other great apes?
Well, the question is that what about our DNA? I mean,
Why is 85% of our, so first of all, non-answer. Second of all, why is 85% of our
I'm gonna
DNA
answer the other
useless?
question. The other question is that because the reason why I'm asking you that question is because you're trying to have me define a certain thing, but we're not just talking about chromosomes to make a human. You got to have DNA as well.
Chromosomes are DNA. I don't know if you knew that.
No, it's not. It's different, and they're not.
Chromosomes are wound up DNA.
Chromosome defines us if yeah, I did blow him up whenever he agreed. I'll get to him in a second. So chromosome defines us if we're going to be a male or female. DNA comes from our ancestries, and like if we're going to be short or tall or not, more like chromosomes, I guess. But at the end of the day, is that you're saying when we evolve, first you're saying we came from the ocean, then you saying we came into apes.
Call me. Thank you so much for that dinosaur. Appreciate that. Big W. I think Big W. Call me in that comment section.
Possible.
So yeah, right.
Then why isn't it possible that happened here?
So my wife wants to know is that if you agree with me that it's possible that when humans start going to Mars and 1,000 or 2,000 years later that they won't look upon Elon Musk as if he's a god because he created a way for us to go to Mars, to live there. And you said it was possible that people will worship Elon Musk.
Yeah, it's possible.
So why would it not be the same as for here?
That is possible. In fact, I think that that's what's happened. That people attach false metaphysical significance when in fact there is none. In this scenario where Elon Musk gets us to Mars, he's not God. He's just a person. He's literally just a guy.
Possible for us to live there.
But he will be the one that's making all the atmosphere possible to live there, though, is it right?
Exactly.
That's fine, but that's not a god. So a god is supernatural. That's nothing about that is supernatural. Sanka, thank you so much for the $1.11 on
Nobody
Cash
said it
App.
was supernatural, though.
Just logical.
Yes, but God is supernatural. So if it can be like a deity, or like someone who's like
Well, how
worshipped, but it
can
wouldn't be like
right?
a
So how can
supernatural
God be?
one,
So how can you say God is supernatural if you don't believe in it?
because that's just how God is defined. God is defined as a supernatural being.
That's
Which
the way the Bible.
that's the way the Bible says it because man
You
written the
believe in the
Bible.
Bible. You believe in the Bible. This is your book.
I don't. No, I don't sit there and worship the Bible. I read it.
It has nothing to do with the Bible.
It doesn't have nothing to do with the Bible. I know it doesn't.
With somebody from another planet coming here,
No, it doesn't.
creating all of this for us.
So you believe in like aliens, basically.
Whatever you want to call it.
Whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, where did these aliens come from?
From another planet.
From another planet.
Yeah, and how did they get here?
There's so many out there. I mean,
Wait, how did
don't
the
think-
aliens get there?
I'm sorry, that is much more plausible.
that's more plausible.
It's literally just kicking the can down the road. Like, how do you not realize this?
It's more-
All
I
you're
think
doing
it's
is
more
saying like, well,
plausible.
it came from these aliens, and then of
think
course
it's
like
more
maybe these
plausible
aliens
that
came
we
from a
came
third
from
pair of aliens,
aliens
which came from like a
than
fourth set of
coming
aliens.
from the
But
ocean.
of course, eventually, some of these aliens are gonna have to come from some fucking ocean. They're gonna have to evolve via a process.
saying the
But of
aliens
course,
came
it's a moot point. We came from evolution.
Which, but again, but then the question would be then if we came from the ocean, then was the dinosaurs here before us?
They were.
Or okay, so and we can agree that according to NASA and to scientists that who took out the dinosaurs was what, an asteroid?
Yeah, followed by like 300,000 years of like climate change. Yeah.
So was that before the planet was frozen or after the planet was frozen?
We can just look that up. It's like a chronological question. When was the planet frozen? Between 750 million, 750 and 600 million years ago? I think dinosaurs existed after this. I know at least some did, but let me look up the full range. When did dinosaurs exist?
No, specifically.
Yeah, this is the Earth was frozen before this. Also, Cameron, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail, Cameron. Hail, 666. And a big hail, Satan. Thank you so much, Cameron. I appreciate the hell out of you. Ebenezer, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail, Ebenezer. Hail, 666. Hail, Satan. Big W, Ebenezer, in that comment.
What he looked up is that the Earth was frozen before the dinosaurs came to existence.
This is literally just a fact that you can easily Google for yourself. Hope this helps.
Right. So, but that's but your 1,000 viewers in here that you're saying our Earth was frozen before the dinosaurs was created. So then, if the Earth was frozen,
Hello. So sorry, my stuff got frozen for just a second, but I'm back now. Okay, wait. So is that? I mean, yeah. Is that supposed to be a bullet bite? Yes, correct. That the Earth was frozen and then the dinosaurs existed. Yes.
okay. So where did
correct.
so hold on. So let's get back.
Is
to
that
your,
wait? Is that supposed to be like a gotcha? Is that supposed to be like a bullet bite? I have no problem just reciting to you the chronology of the Earth.
No. The point that I'm making right here is that now that we established that the Earth was frozen, then dinosaurs came.
Yeah, like oh wait, so we're talking about
did
the
dinosaurs
gap
evolve?
between this is like hundreds of millions of years.
But my question to you is, who created the dinosaurs?
The dinosaurs also evolved. Good
From
question.
where? From the ocean?
Yes.
Oh boy. And what evidence do you have to show or you can provide to me
All the
the
transitionary
dinosaurs.
fossils between the dinosaurs and the single-celled organisms that came from the ocean.
So do you think that at the time of dinosaurs, do you think there was whales in the ocean, sharks?
There were whale ancestors, but whales are mammals, so there was I think our ancestor that existed at the dinosaur time was like some fucking mammal that lived like kind of in the ocean.
Do you ever recall coming across information or pictures? So do you think at the time of dinosaurs that human lived?
Fuck no, of course
Okay.
not.
Okay,
Sam,
okay.
thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash
Alright.
App. Hail Sam, hail 666, hail Satan, big W Sam in that comment section. I appreciate the hell out of you.
So do you believe in fossils?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So if you came across a fossil of a fish that was hundreds of years ago, and anthropologist comes up and says, "Hey, this is a fossil," and they carbonate it, and they say, "Yeah, this was a fish back in 200 or 300 years ago," would you believe it?
Sure.
Okay, all right. So do you in Arizona? There is a fossil of a dinosaur's foot, along with human feet, right beside it. It's fossilized. So, with that proof there, that tells us that there was humans at the same time as them.
What the fuck? No, it doesn't. Lots of things can walk over something. What actually matters is the time the print formed.
No, because nope.
Just saying no over and over again isn't going to help you. Yes. What matters is the time that it formed, not just the fact that they're next to each other. Earth's a big place. Lots of things have like walked on it. Also, no, I don't. I actually probably don't think that there was like a dinosaur footprint that we have, unless it was like really well preserved. I think I need to look into this more.
Yeah, you can Google it right now and you pull up a picture, you'll see it.
Yeah, wait, so like dinosaur footprint next to human footprint?
Yes.
In Texas?
Yeah, I thought it was in Arizona, but
Began famous controversy, widely publicized evidence against the GLO in favor. However, these anarchist human footprints have been determined to be elongated dinosaur tracks, river scour marks, and hoaxes. Okay, so all of these things are either other dinosaur footprints, whatever the fuck a river scour mark is, and hoaxes.
that's not telling me anything. You can pull it up to show the viewers. It's a human footprint. It may be a Neanderthal's footprint, but it's not. It's a human footprint. It's not.
I just explained to you. I just explained to you what it was. I'm not sure what the confusion is.
I don't know what you just said, but
okay. So I'll say it for a third time. All of the human footprints were other dinosaur tracks. I'll just look up what a river scour mark is, just for the sake of education, because I don't know what this is. Tracks made by floating ice masses as their keels mechanically plow into soft sediments of lake, river, or ocean floors. So something related to like ice, I suppose, and then hoaxes. So
I don't know. I don't know what the hell you're saying about hoaxes. Hoaxes.
yeah, so the human
it's fake.
footprints are hoaxes.
Well, I'm okay. Well, I didn't know there was. When I hear the term hoax, I think I'm taking it as that's a fake, and it's not.
Yeah. Yes. Correct. Yes. Exactly. Yes. Correct. Exactly that. Yes. Yes.
That's
you
not,
got it.
that's-
Yes.
That's not fake. I don't believe that.
Yes.
Okay,
It's
but anyway, get back to it though.
correct.
So you,
Yes, it's fake. Yes.
so
You got
get
it.
back to the dinosaurs. So we can agree that an asteroid came and knocked out the dinosaurs.
Yes.
Then you're saying that once a dinosaur was completely gone, which I don't think they was, because
They evolved into chickens, but
alligator-
yeah.
alligator is a form, I think, of a dinosaur when you talk about the skin. But anyway, that's a different
Alligators are
subject.
reptiles, but okay, wait. Did
Right, but
alligator
But there was dinosaurs in the
evolve
ocean
from
too. I don't know what
dinosaurs?
you
No,
mean.
alligators did not evolve from dinosaurs, but they share a common ancestor that lived before dinosaurs. The descendant of dinosaurs, I think, is birds.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Because most of them have feathers.
Because so I'm pretty sure the way that it worked is that the dinosaurs who survived, all the big dinosaurs died off immediately, basically, and then there were like the avian, the flying dinosaurs still existed, and then some like smaller dinosaurs also still existed.
Okay. So let's just get back to what your theory of us involving now that the birds are gone, right? Which devastated the planet, correct?
What?
It devastated
Yeah, it did.
our
It caused
ecosystem.
mass climate change, which led to the extinction of the other dinosaurs over the course of like 300 or 300,000 years from climate change, or at least the ones that didn't further evolve.
So and just to remind you, what did dinosaurs eat? Didn't they eat
Lots of
trees?
things. They, much like us, they ate plants,
trees?
each other. You know, I'm not. Wait, but this is getting like quite boring. In fact, so do you
No,
have
it's
a
not. No,
point?
the
Other
point that
like,
I'm about
if
to
you're
point that I'm about
interested,
to make
if you're
is-
interested, I think your questions might be better answered by like crash course geology, or I
No,
mean, these
no,
motherfuckers
no.
are making everything. They probably have like a crash course paleontology even.
The reason being I'm bringing this up is because your whole theory, because now that you establish that you don't believe in God, I do believe that there is a higher being that created us because we are too perfect.
Oh,
to
that's.
live on
I wish
this
that you just led with
planet.
this claim because this is easily disprovable. If we're so perfect, why is 85% of our DNA useless?
That would be the 85% of that's unexplained because the scientists out there hasn't came up why
Not unexplained.
Hey,
No,
that's
we
not
know exactly why
unexplained.
this DNA exists. It's not unexplained. In fact, we know that it's useless because
No, that's
your
just your
DNA
man.
functions. The
That,
things that process DNA treated as useless. Your DNA, your mRNA will make a very large effort to actually go through your DNA and cut out these parts and then discard them. We know it's useless because your DNA literally gets rid of it before it starts processing the rest of the DNA.
that's and who told you this?
All of I this
Another
is
scientist?
unironically basic biology. Like a
Right,
class
so
that I took when I was like 16.
right, so right, and but it's only man saying oh because we can't explain why we have this. Oh, but the easy way out of
So if it's useful, then why do our
is
cells
just-
discard it?
I guess that one has to go back to as we're creating, as when we are conceived, our body starts, when we're I guess when we're a fetus, it's just like when we're inside a woman's uterus, right? We have the placenta and all that around the fetus.
I
What
didn't
happens
ask.
to? Hold on. What happens to after we are?
You're not going to answer the question.
No, I'm going to answer the question.
What was the
but
question?
I'm
Wait, what
asking
question did I
you-
ask you?
You're asking me about the 85% of
Yeah, but
the,
what question? What question did I just ask you? You have
I
no
don't know,
idea.
You've been fixated on the 85%.
Yeah, no. But
that our
what question
body
did I
gets rid of.
just ask you?
I don't know. Repeat
Yeah,
it
so
again.
you're answering a question that you don't even know. You're trying to redirect because you know that you've been
No,
trapped.
I'm not.
So,
No,
sure, wait. Then
answer the
that's fine.
question.
That's fine. Then what question did
No,
I ask
answer the
you?
question.
Wait.
Answer the question.
So if you're
Yeah.
listening, then just tell everyone the question or concede that you weren't listening.
Please repeat the question.
Gotcha. You have no idea what the question was. The question is, if this DNA is useful, then why do our cells make such a big effort to discard it?
I'm not for sure. On
You have no
that.
idea. There's no explanation for this under your worldview.
Okay, but it'd be no explanation. Okay, so explain to me, why is it that when after a baby a woman goes into labor and they go in and they pop the placenta and all that this gets discarded? I mean, why would well, it that's there for a reason, right? So if 85% of the DNA that's there that you're saying that our body discards, or is because the scientists can't prove that it actually is getting discarded? What is your proof that 85% is being discarded?
Do you want the study? I can just say I have no fucking idea why you wanted to talk about the placenta. I don't think that you understand either, because that was like the biggest non-point I've ever heard in my life. But if what you're interested in is the study, I'd be happy to provide you with the evidence.
Yes, and look it up, because the reason why I'm bringing up the placenta for females is because the body creates it, does it not? But then it discards it. So it's just
Yes,
like
it has
your
an
theory.
evolutionary, or I have no idea if that's true. I don't know enough about anatomy, but
does. So
if that's true,
after
then
the-
there's either an
after
evolutionary purpose for it,
After you was born
or it's
from
like a
your
remnant
mama,
of something that did have an evolutionary purpose.
after you was born from your mama, and after you came out of her, she discard what? It's called the placenta, and some people actually eat that shit, but others discard it, and so it'd be no different than if our body is getting rid of something.
Okay.
That's the point that I'm making.
Yeah, wait.
Right?
So what's the? I think you're a bit confused. So the deal with this exists. It forms during pregnancy, and it serves a very clear function. It removes waste.
Mm-hmm.
So this has an evolutionary function. So the difference here is that this DNA doesn't do anything, because DNA does stuff when it actually gets processed. But this DNA was never processed. It gets discarded before it ever gets processed.
And who says that it gets discard? Who says that? What?
Yeah, so
what-
this is according to Oxford University. The study is An Upper Limit on the Functional Fraction of the Human Genome by Dan Grar in Genome Biology and Evolution. Scroll down to the bottom line of the abstract. Mutational load considerations lead to the conclusion that the functional fraction within the human genome cannot exceed 15%. So at least 85% of our DNA is useless or non-functional.
Well, then the reason being is because they haven't done enough. Maybe they need to do more. Maybe it's easier for them to just try to write it off and say it's dysfunctional when they don't have the study yet for it to actually find out what is it really for or what it isn't for.
So, okay, this is just going to lead you back to the question that you still have no answer to. Okay, let's just get some basic biological facts out of the way. Do you agree that DNA is only useful insofar as it gets expressed into proteins? That if it doesn't get expressed into proteins, that it doesn't do anything? Do you agree?
No. I do not
Gotcha.
agree.
So then why do you disagree with this?
The reason being is because as a human being, we may only be able to utilize so much DNA, and the other parts of the DNA that we don't utilize, it's there. And I guess to answer the question so you understand where I'm coming from, it's like the earth. So we have to have oxygen to breathe, right? We can't see the oxygen that we breathe in, right? Unless it's real cold, and you can see the breath. But So, in theory, to
Yeah,
answer,
I'm just gonna move on to the next one because if this guy doesn't understand science, then it's like kind of just irrelevant. Like if you don't agree with like literally like day one, like baby's first fact about DNA, I just think that there's like I don't know. I guess there's just really no conversation to be had if you know truly so little that you disagree with what is literally basic biology. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. Making sure you're dropping that follow as well. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience, and additionally that you're 18 or older. But make sure you're dropping that follow as well if you are enjoying the debates. You never want to miss one in the future. If you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly-Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both of them are in my bio. If you want to join the community, as many already have, and you're 18 or older, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. It's in the link tree. It's the top link of the link tree. I'd love to see you there. We do reading groups. We're doing one today on a philosophical paper about presuppositional apologetics. So if you're trying to get into philosophy but you just don't know how, consider joining the Discord. Show up to the reading group. I'd love to see you there. What's up, Luca? How's it going? How old are you?
All right, why did you say God's not?
Oh, you gotta be 18 or older. Sorry, little bro. If you're not 18 or older, don't request to join. Share it with your friends. All those good things. Yeah, but seriously, I'm serious about this. You gotta join the Discord. It's a great time, great space, but be 18 or older. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you are 18 or older. If you're not 18 or older, I definitely don't want to talk to you, nor can I. What's up? How's it going, Jade? Hello? Jade, are you there? Alright, bye-bye. Okay, I'll just go on to the next one. Damn. Sorry it's taking so long. Hey, what's up? How's it going? How old are you?
18. I was born in 2006.
Okay. What religion?
I'm Christian.
Okay, can you get closer to your microphone?
Pardon?
Closer to your microphone?
I'm closer to my microphone.
Okay, what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Okay, I believe in God because of, like, the Bible and stuff like that. I personally have never met him because I'm not dead.
Okay, gotcha. But what's the evidence? This is a really important question. What's the evidence that the
Because of,
Bible
like,
is true?
Have you heard of the 7 days and stuff like that, of how God created the earth in 7 days?
Yeah,
Do you believe in God first off?
I think pretty obviously not.
Okay.
But what's the evidence that the Bible is true?
As there's people and stuff like that who've met God and stuff like that. Like, have you heard of like people like when they've died and stuff like that, and then they've come back to life? Because
Yeah, people have died and come back to life, and they met Vishnu. Does that mean that Vishnu is real?
I don't really know, but I believe when people say like when there's people out there have gone on and stuff like that, and they've said that they've died and stuff like that, and like for like 7 minutes or so, and then they was able to get brought back to life from medical equipment.
Dang, thank you so much. Yeah, so all of these experiences are culturally informed. So the gods you see are the ones who exist in your culture.
Yeah.
Tamina, thank you so much. Appreciate that. It's pretty clearly going to be these hallucinations are based on what you already believe. It's just your brain showing you images that you already know.
Yeah, I don't believe it's a hallucination though, because there has been scientific proof and stuff like that of his footprints in the churches, and of like for example with Jesus Christ and stuff like that, of the Virgin Mary and stuff.
Yeah, wait, so what about Jesus Christ and the Virgin Mary? So I think Jesus actually existed, but I don't think that Jesus is God. So what's your evidence that Jesus is God?
As he was able to really heal the blind, the deaf, and he was able to make bread and wine from water and stuff.
And what's the evidence that that actually happened?
The Bible, there's been like
Gotcha. Okay.
And there's also left like the wine and stuff like that is in a museum,
So
can't remember
I got a question
where it
for
is and
you.
stuff like that, but there's a museum of his a
So
museum with his last piece of bread he made, and which has been like stored safely and stuff like that.
can you
And
tell me why my power strip isn't working?
pardon?
Can you tell me why my power strip isn't working? I just can't figure it. I can't get it figured out. I have no idea. Why is it not working?
Because you bloody put it in the socket. You need to put it in
Yeah,
the wall.
and you bloody cited the Bible to prove the Bible. You got to cite something other than the Bible to demonstrate that the Bible is true.
The writers. There's also how, for example, with Jesus Christ, how he died on the cross by being nailed up, and that he had to carry the cross all the way and stuff like that on his shoulders, with when one person stood up and helped him carry it.
Yeah, what's the evidence?
Churches.
And what evidence are they relying on, or is it like just somebody making a claim? Anyone
It's
can
not a
claim
claim, though.
anything.
It's not a claim.
It is. It's saying this thing
It's
happened in
all
reality. That's a claim.
It's all true and stuff like that. So okay,
Prove it.
I'll tell you now. When in about however old you are, in about
All right, let's get into the threats. Let's do it.
and like when you die and stuff like that, and then you'll be able
Mm-hmm.
you'll be able to know that God is real for when you rise up into heaven and stuff.
Okay, that's nice. I mean, when I rise up into heaven, I'll gladly concede that God exists.
Also, the popes and stuff like that, who have done what do you call it? Crucifixions and that, they get rid of the evil, the demons out of people and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think that this is just a case of like mass hysteria.
It's not though, because they need to have the power of God on their shoulders and stuff like that.
They
to
think
be
they
able
need
to-
the power of God on their shoulders.
to be able to defeat like the demon in someone's body and stuff like that, to release them from the prison they're being held in by the demons and stuff like that.
The people undergoing this process certainly think that, but that doesn't mean that that's actually the case. Demons don't actually exist. None of this is
do.
real.
Hell and okay. For example, the Illuminati, that's all demonic. Halloween's a demonic.
You don't fuck with Halloween?
No, it's demonic.
Oh, that's too bad.
It's
Halloween's a lot of fun,
also Satan.
actually.
It's
Yeah,
all
wait,
to
so
do with
wait, but what's because you're just making more claims. Like I ask you for evidence and you just spew more nonsense. So I just need like a concrete fact that actually proves any of this true. Do you have any evidence that demons actually exist?
Plus, I don't have the evidence myself on me, but there is evidence out there, like for like people, like singers, how they become famous and stuff like that. They sell their soul and
What the fuck are you talking about? Literally, what are you talking about?
Or how people people sell the souls all the time to a demon to become famous and rich and stuff.
I just don't. What's the evidence for any of this?
There's thousands of evidence. So search it up. It's easy, isn't it?
Oh yeah, wait. So
Bible.
which singer sold their soul to the devil to become famous? Whoa! Boo! I'm a demon. Elias, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Big
All of
W,
the
Elias.
singers, every single singer has sold their soul to the devil and stuff like that. All the famous singers that are having millions and whatnot people following them and stuff like that. They've all everything. To be honest, is demonic.
Oh no, not Mitski. I hope she's doing all right. Do you have any evidence of like literally any of this?
Yeah, and also there's
Wait, I don't want more claims. I want evidence. Give me a source that claims any
Get a
of
Bible.
this. The Bible. Oh, the
answer.
Bible. Back to the Bible. What's the evidence that the Bible is true?
the popes who wrote the Bible, the actual Bible that it is, the actual first ever Bible that was stored and stuff like that in like novels and stuff. And there's also if you ever go speak to a pope, a very famous, not very famous actually, but a very pope that a lot of people know and stuff like that, to speak to him and ask him about God.
I don't think the Pope is going to talk to me, but I would gladly debate the Pope on whether or not God is real. Hex, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay, wait, we're not making much progress, so I'll just ask you
But
like a really
also, like,
wait.
I know that some people.
I'll just ask you like a really easy question. Do you think slavery is always wrong?
Slavery is wrong. Slavery
Yeah.
is always wrong, and no one should ever do it.
Yeah, exactly. Wait, so then why the fuck would God do it?
God did not do slavery. The people who did slavery were nothing to do with religion. And
So
slavery is
in
nothing to do with religion.
Leviticus 25:44 through 46, the Lord said, hey, it's totally fine for you to all own slaves. You can own people as possessions, you can own them for their entire life, you can give them to your children, you can treat them as
that's not in the
slaves,
Bible.
just don't own each other. Yeah, Leviticus 25:44 through 46, it literally says you can own slaves. So why would God say that it's okay to do something that it's not okay to do?
As the Bible you're reading from is not an actual Bible from God. It is a Bible someone wrote who is writing these stuff, which is not true, and it's not a Bible by God.
Prove it.
I don't know which Bible you're
Well,
reading.
wait. So okay, well, actually, no. If that's silly. If the Bible's not credible, then why would I listen to literally any of it? If the books of the Bible, if Leviticus, the third book of the Bible, has been compromised, if it was just made up, why would I believe any of the Bible?
You don't have to. I'm just
But why
saying-
why would you believe any of the Bible if the Bible is if it contains lies and falsehoods? If it was just made by people, why would you believe literally any of it?
As I can believe in things I want, and you can believe in things
You
that
can
want.
believe the sky is red, but you don't have justification for doing so.
Yeah, I know, and so I know that, and you, like, for example, you can believe that God's not real, and I can believe that God's real.
Yeah, but
It's
you
simple.
have no reason to think that God is real. You've been studying the Bible this entire time, but you've just discredited the Bible. You said that it's written by people. So you now have no reason to think that the Bible is true.
It is true though.
But it's wait, so is Leviticus
There's
true?
more than one Bible.
Is
There's more
Leviticus
than one
true?
Bible. I'll tell you this now.
Yeah, so which version
There's
of the
more than one
Bible do you
Bible.
want?
Pardon?
Which version of the Bible do you want? I can read this. It's going to say the exact same thing in every verse of the Bible.
It won't.
Give me a verse of the Bible, or give me a like a book of the Bible, or like a version of the Bible.
What a verse in the Bible?
No. Wait. I'm sorry. Not a
verse.
verse. Give me a version of the Bible that you think doesn't say that it's okay to own slaves.
Oh, most of them.
Oh, give me one. Just give me one,
Why?
because we'll read the verse together.
I don't have a Bible on me. I'm not at my home. I'm at a friend's home and stuff like that. So I do not have my Bible
But
on
do you
me. So I
know
cannot
do you
read it with
know which verse you prefer, or not verse, but which version?
I'm not bothered with which version I prefer. I prefer all the Bibles and stuff like that.
Gotcha. So let's just read the New Revised Standard Version, updated edition, because that's the scholarly version.
The updated version is not all thingy. It's the old versions and stuff like that you should be reading.
Okay, so do you want to read like King James?
Sure.
Both thy bondmen and thy bondmaids, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen that are round about you. Of them shall ye buy bondmen and bondmaids. Moreover, of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you, of them shall ye buy, and of their families that are with you, which they begat in your land, and they shall be your possession. And ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them for a possession. They shall be your bondmen forever. But over your brethren, the children of Israel, ye shall not rule over one over another with rigor.
Okay.
So it's saying that you can own other people as possessions. That's slavery.
It's slavery. Okay, but there's also there's also other books and stuff like that, and religious people do not believe in slavery, and it's not always to do with slavery like verse. It can have many different meanings.
Well, okay, wait. So what do we call it when somebody owns somebody else as a possession? What's that called?
Pardon?
What do we call it when somebody owns somebody else as a possession? What's that called?
Well, slavery's not a thing anymore, anyways.
But why would God command it ever? Why would it ever be a thing that God says is okay?
God never said slavery was okay, though.
We can scroll up to the top of the Leviticus 25. And the Lord spake, what a weird ass word. And the Lord spake unto Moses in Mount Sinai. And then all the rest of this follows. This is literally, in the Bible, this is literally God talking. Why would God ever say that it's okay to own other people as property?
I don't know. I've never
Gotcha.
met God, so I cannot ask him that question.
Yeah, so do you agree that owning people as property is immoral?
It is immoral, but I'm saying that people can have their own religion and they don't have to believe in things and stuff.
Yeah, they totally can. But your worldview is incomprehensible. Do you think God is all good?
No, God is not all good, as God has. And there is a verse in the Bible that God does say that he regrets making mankind.
Oh, that contradicts many other verses in the Bible that says that everything that God does is, or that everything that God makes is good. But then you would just reject like fundamental verses in the Bible that say that everything God does is good.
Not everything that God does is good, though, because if you do some more reading in one of the verses, God says that he regrets making mankind and evil.
Does God know everything?
Yes, God is all knowing.
Then if God knows everything, did he know that he was going to regret making them?
No, because he did not know that before.
Oh, but I thought God is all knowing. Does God know everything? Does God know everything about the future?
No, we cannot predict what happens in the future.
Oh, wait, so then you would disagree with all the verses that say God doesn't know, or that God knows all things? So God actually doesn't know all things?
No, he doesn't. He knows most things, for example, and he knows from the Adam and Eve and that the apple stuff like that, because without like Adam and Eve, we wouldn't have wrong and right.
So in 1 John 3:20, when it says, whenever our heart condemn us, for God is greater than our hearts, and he knows everything. And also, known to God from eternity are all his works. So, but God doesn't know what the future is? Jeremiah 11:20, when it says, the Lord knows all.
He does know all.
Yeah, wait, so, okay, I think I'm gonna focus on the Acts 15:18, because if that's true, that's just devastating. Yeah, so, 18, so the Lord knows, okay, I'll just read the verse, yeah. The words of the prophet are in agreement with this, as it is written. After this, I will return and rebuild David's fallen tent. Its ruins I will rebuild, and I will restore it, that the rest of mankind may seek the Lord, even the Gentiles who bear my name. Says the Lord who does these things known from long ago. So he knew he was going to do these things before he actually did them. So
Yeah.
do you agree that God knows the future?
Yes and no.
Oh, then that's just a contradiction.
Okay.
So your worldview contains a contradiction, so it's illogical.
How do you know it's illogical?
Because contradiction, the law of non-contradiction is one of the laws of logic. If your worldview has a contradiction, then it's illogical.
Okay.
Okay. As long as you acknowledge that your worldview is illogical. Well, appreciate you coming on up here. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Make sure you're dropping that follow as well. If you're enjoying the debates, you enjoy the reductios, you enjoy learning about like basic science facts or like basic logic facts. But keep on double tapping on that screen. Let's get all the way up to 150K. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both of them are in my bio, and I appreciate any and all support from all of you. You're all so kind. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And with that, we can go to perhaps the very next guest. But if you want to join the community, if you're 18 or older, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. I'd love to see you there. It's discord.gg/allegedlyian. Castiel, thank you. Hey, what's up? Yeehaw! Thank you so much, Josh. How's it going, Captain? What's happened, Captain?
Hey, what's up, Ian?
How old are you?
Thank you for. I'm 29.
Okay. And what religion?
I'm not religious, but if you wanna categorize me, I'm a Jew. Actually, I wanted to say that I'm a big fan. And
Oh, thank
that
you.
I'm doing
Appreciate it.
basically.
Well, that's very sweet of you, but I'll probably move on
thank
to a guest. I'm only looking for debates, but that is very sweet of you. Let's get a big W guest in that comment section. And make sure you're dropping that follow if you like the debates. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Floppy? Floppy, are you there? VKT Floppy? Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, it's good. How are you?
Doing well. How old are you?
I'm 33,
And what religion?
Christian.
Okay, what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
I don't have, well, I guess it would just be matter can't be created nor destroyed.
Did God create matter?
Yeah, that's what I would think.
Gotcha. So then you think that matter can be created?
Yeah, just not by us or by the laws of our physics.
Oh, okay. So where in our physics does it say that matter can't be created or destroyed? Because it says
I'm
that
not
about energy. Energy is conserved, certainly. Matter is not conserved. It pops in and out of existence literally all of the time.
Oh, okay. So matter is, I thought it was just that it changes form.
Energy changes form, but it's conserved. Matter will literally pop in and out of existence.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, so I guess outside of personal experience, I don't think there really is a reason to believe in God.
Okay, well, that's chill. I can give you a reason to not believe in God if you're interested.
Okay, what's that?
Yeah, just the existence of like an Earth which is cruel to us. What is the I don't know, let's do earthquakes. Why does the Earth have earthquakes?
I thought it was because it was just like a big ball of lava, so it, yeah.
Well, yeah, it's like tectonic plates. That's correct, tectonic plates. But why would God make tectonic plates if doing so causes earthquakes, which causes like 60,000 people a year to be unalived? Why would God do that?
I can't say for sure that God would do that or that he does do that.
Oh, okay, but who made the tectonic plates?
Well, maybe they were just formed over a long period of time.
Why wouldn't God stop them from forming if doing so would cause earthquakes which take the lives of 60,000 people a year?
Well, you gotta get to heaven somehow.
Could I kill you right now? Would that be alright?
I'm a strong believer that it would be alright if someone decided to do that.
Alright, well, I'll set up a GoFundMe and we'll get you euthanized. Would that be alright with you?
I don't think that it's legal where I live.
Well, that's okay. We'll just like part of the GoFundMe fund will be to get you to somewhere else. If death is like totally fine with you and you'd be a-okay getting euthanized, then
Well, people do die all the time. It's a really common thing. But getting back to the tectonic plates, we don't really know if our origin is from Earth or not, do we?
of course we do. Where else would we come from?
Well, how far back do we find like ancestral DNA or bones or whatever?
Pretty far. I think 4.5 billion years.
No way. Is that true?
Yeah, the first life formed around 4.5 billion years. Well, do you got
So
anything else? Otherwise, I'll probably move on to the next guest.
no, I think that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you coming on up here. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older. Yeehaw! Thank you so much, 90 Kid. You believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran. If you don't do that, I'm not going to talk to you. And with that, we'll try to get the next guest on up here. If you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly -Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. What's up? How's it going?
Yes, how are you?
Doing well. How old are you?
I'm 30, almost 30.
Okay. And what religion?
I'm Christian.
Okay. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Okay, I want to ask you one thing.
Okay.
Do you believe there are genes? Genes exist?
Yes, I do believe in genetics, yeah.
Okay. Do you think how we overcame them?
Overcame them?
Yes.
What do you mean overcame our genes? Like, do you mean like with science, with medicine?
For what you believe, I mean, if somebody is being bewitched, how do you overcome him to be free?
Someone's being bewitched? I'm not sure what that has to do with genes.
I mean, someone if bewitched, what happened to him?
If someone got bewitched, what happened to him?
Yeah.
I don't think that happened.
You don't think somebody can be bewitched?
Nope, didn't think that. Do you have any evidence that that's ever happened? Like verifiable?
Yeah. There are things which can happen to somebody and you know that this is someone bewitched.
Yeah, do you have any scientific evidence that this actually happened?
I don't think it's like proved by science.
Well,
But
science
you can-
governs the realm of all the things, all the phenomena that exist, so.
Okay. So my English is not good.
Okay.
So
Well, I'll probably move on to the next guest because it does seem like there's a pretty big language barrier, but I do appreciate you coming on up. Make sure you're dropping a follow if you're enjoying the debates. You never want to miss one in the future. What's up, Shouda? Shouda?
Hey, how's it going? It's Shota.
Shouda. How old are you?
33.
And what religion?
I guess you could say Christianity, but not in the classic sense, I guess.
Okay, what's your strongest argument for the... Well, so, do you believe in the Bible?
I do, but like in the New Testament, where in the beginning, where the John says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God. That means like the Word is God, like essentially it's Greek philosophy where it's ideas and thought forms. Is
Yeah,
God.
I think the word is logos.
Yeah, it's logos.
Yeah.
And so to me, I believe that that's what God is like essentially consciousness.
Lena, thank you so much. That's not really what logos means. So there's lots of Greek words related to like consciousness and mind. Specifically, I think the Greek word for mind is like nous. I could be mistaken though. What logos refers to is specifically like words and symbols and like logic is essentially what logos, the Greek word, refers to. It doesn't refer to like consciousness.
Yeah, I guess consciousness is like the entity or the spirit that is like the combination of those ideas and thought forms with energy.
I just don't. I have no fucking idea what that means. But do you have an argument for why any of this is true?
Yeah, well, whenever you think of like the world, you have the physical matter, physical world, and then you have consciousness, you have life.
I think that consciousness comes from the physical matter.
Okay, so you're a materialist where consciousness comes out of material.
Yeah, I'm a reductive physicalist. I think that we can reduce everything down to just physical phenomena.
So do you believe that like AI could eventually have sentience then?
I think so, yeah. I don't see why not.
I mean, I guess like in a sense, like we could describe ourselves as like a robot with programming.
Yep, but do you have an argument for anything, or otherwise I might just move on to the next guest unless you have an
Well-
argument.
Well, because I believe that God is like the ideas and thought forms. Like before anything that can come, like I don't know, anything invented, like a cup. The idea of the cup had to come first, but then from there it had to be manifested, and then there's processes that it takes to manifest things into reality, which like verses that says like thy will be done as in heaven or on earth as it is in heaven. So it's essentially just like manifestation of an idea or thought form into the real world, and like that is the creator of reality. And so
Okay.
that is God.
So you're a Platonist, essentially.
Yeah, essentially, and I think that that's
Okay.
what.
So, I guess there's like a couple of things. No, I actually won't run that. I'm not knowledgeable enough on it yet. But why? What's the argument for why that's true? Because to me, like I can explain like the creation of the cup not based on like a cup, like an ideal cup form, but just based on like imagining like, well, if I cup my hands into the water and I bring it up to my mouth, like there's like a lot of utility in doing that. So I'm gonna construct like a structure. I'm gonna like put it together, and then over time, it just gets like more and more optimized.
Yeah. What exactly is your point?
Okay, wait. I actually do have a reductio to Platonism. So, do you think that like sets exist in like platonically, like numbers?
Do I believe numbers exist?
Yeah, or like sets of numbers, I suppose.
I mean, I would say mathematics is probably like a language of the universe. Like it.
And do you think all of this exists like platonically?
I'm not sure exactly if I understand like what you're asking.
So, okay, wait, I'm sorry. Like there's like because if you're like a Platonist, do you hold that like all of mathematics exists in like some abstract, like timeless, spaceless realm?
I wouldn't say so. I think math is just a way to explain things or functions that it's essentially semantics put into numerical form. Like I don't think that it exists in some other
That's not very platonic of you. That's like much more of like a materialist view of it than it is like an idealist view of it.
Yeah, but like math is it's a construct of a way for us to understand something on like and I guess it originated or came from the mental sphere of like where, like on the conscious plane. So,
Okay.
but I don't think that like it inherently existed before it was. I mean, I guess it technically could have always
Maybe I
existed
just have
until
no
like one
idea.
became aware of it. But
Maybe I just have no idea what you mean, and we just got to back up to the start. Do you have an argument for why God exists?
There's not really like a why it exists. It's just like it is the matter of fact. Like
Yeah, like
and
an
you-
argument that concludes with like it is the matter of fact that God exists.
Well, you can't like. Could you say that before anything, or could there be anything before there's a thought?
Could there be anything before there's a thought? Yeah, I think atoms came before brains, and brains are the preconditions for thoughts. So I think the brain comes before the thought.
Okay. So like a chameleon had the desire to say blend or change colors or something like that. Do you think that the material just so happened to be a certain way, or do you think the thought or the desire came first and then it manifested to display, or like a leaf bug? Or
I think a chameleon is conceptually impoverished. I think they're fundamentally incapable of, if they don't have the ability to change colors and blend in with their backgrounds, I'd be willing to wager that chameleons don't have the intelligence to imagine something like that. Like I don't think like a lizard can imagine themselves. Like does a chameleon even, are they even aware that they exist?
I would think so. I think that they react to.
Chameleons pass the mirror test. Chameleons
Are you talking about, like, self-awareness?
so there's like they lack self-awareness, which means that they're not going to be able to imagine themselves blending in.
So, say that you at least have like basic awareness, right? Like you have eyesight.
They do not have self-awareness, is what I'm telling you.
Right. Maybe not self-awareness, but there is like an awareness of reacting to stimuli.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they probably
so-
have like some experience.
Like they sense stress, they sense fear, they sense those things.
Yeah,
which
they
means that
experience
they
those
would
things. Yeah, but they
make
don't
decisions.
understand this from there is no I wish I had the ability to just like blend in with my background, because there is no I to the chameleon. It's literally just experiences. It's like good stimuli, good stimuli, good stimuli, bad stimuli, neutral stimuli, good stimuli, bad stimuli. It's just like like pure experience. There's no thought, there's no reflection there. They don't even know that they exist.
Can we truly prove that?
Yeah, well, yes, we can. Yeah, because there's this test called the mirror test, where you take an animal, you put like a dot on their forehead, and then if they know that they exist, they'll do like grooming behaviors towards that. But like they don't even, when they look at the mirror, they don't even recognize themselves in the mirror.
I feel like that's a poor test.
It's
Of, like,
the
it's an
test.
inconclusive test of like, okay, like sure, like I bet even some humans you could put a dot or whatever on their forehead and they might not do anything, and so then you would conclude.
I'm not sure who the human is who doesn't recognize themselves in the mirror. But if you found a human who doesn't pass the mirror test, then I would gladly say that this person doesn't have self-awareness, that they don't recognize themselves in the mirror, means that they don't understand the concept of like an I. They don't have a sense of self.
Yeah, I mean, I think that everything has different layers of self-awareness or consciousness, even with a human experience.
Do you have
You'll
any
have
evidence
people
that
consider
chameleons are
themselves as like
self-aware?
NPCs or do what?
Do you have any evidence that chameleons are self-aware?
Well, I mean, it's going to be hard to prove. Like, we can't really communicate with them, but I believe that there's different levels of awareness. And so, like, my point is, even within like the human experience, you'll have people who's considered NPCs, and then you'll have some people that realize that they have a lot more power and that they can actually control circumstances because they understand the law of cause and effect or polarity, or that thoughts create reality. And so then they, play in the world of imagination.
I thought you were like a philosophically minded like Platonist, but then it just like took a turn into like alpha male nonsense.
How is what I said alpha male nonsense?
Yeah, talking about like the law of like polarity, or I don't know, just that the idea that you like will things into existence. Now your will allows you to bring things into existence, but there's much more. The progress that happens, like let's say that you wanted to get like absolutely shredded, so you have this desire to get shredded, so then you go research it all, you get like a gym membership, whatever, you stay consistent based on this will. Like, so your will drives you, it motivates you, but it's not as simple as like, well, I will this thing to happen and then it just like happens. I just don't think that like your desires precede your actions, but your desires do not necessarily precede like the way that reality is. Like things happen, like the water doesn't fall because people want it to fall. Or the water of like a waterfall doesn't fall because people want it to fall. It falls just because of the laws of physics. There's no mind necessary for that.
Yes, that's why. Yeah, but I mean that's irrelevant, I guess, to the like what's happening on the conscious plane.
I just don't understand your point. I have no idea why any of this means that God is real, and I have like lots of I'm just not convinced that thoughts precede the existence of anything. In fact, I think that atoms precede the existence of thoughts.
So in your view, how do you prove like where consciousness is actually coming from?
Yeah, just based on the empirical relationship, the observable relationship between experience and the actual brain, that when specific regions of the brain light up, it's associated with specific experiences, that when specific neurochemical transmitters are released, that it's like associated with specific feelings, that when specific regions of the brain are affected, specifically damaged, that it affects conscious experience in a variety of ways. For example, when the boxer, after his entire career, like the CTE catches up to him, he now lacks cognitive function because of the physical engagements that he had in his life. That the like Phineas Gage guy, who was like a really upstanding person before, and then there was like an explosion and like a rod shot into his brain and took out like a huge portion of it, that this affected his experience as an individual, that he became like a completely different person. I think it's very clear that like all the data that we have suggests that the physical interactions that we're actually experiencing are just directly what's related to our like our brain is directly the cause of any of the experiences of like a mind that we have.
So would you say that essentially there's energy or electricity flowing through our body, and that turns our body on? And then the brain is just it's like a processor that's processing information.
Yeah, basically, yeah, sure. I mean, so in your view, if the brain is not what causes consciousness, then why does damaging the brain damage your consciousness?
It could be like a radio. Maybe you have some damage to the radio, and so then you start getting some static, or maybe you don't get any kind of reception at all. And so then you start to lose connection, and you think, oh, see, like the radio is clearly the origin of where everything's coming from, but really there's a signal coming from somewhere else.
Yeah, but do you understand that like everything that you just described is like material, like purely material, that the signal is material, that the radio is material, that all of these things are material?
Well, the signal itself is not. The radio is just an analogy of, but are you saying that the a radio signal is actually material?
It is, yeah,
Because
of
it's
course,
a wave
yeah.
through or a frequency going through.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah, without a doubt, yeah. A radio's signal is material, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, which I mean, I guess like I don't completely disagree with that, and I don't think that it invalidates anything, because I think that the material world is in relationship with what people call spiritual, or the mental plane, or in the conscious sphere, or whatever.
So essentially, I feel like adding an entire other realm of existence just overcomplicates things, because if we can explain everything from just the materialist lens, then why would we want to add like the second, like the dualist part of this, like the mental realm as well? When it seems like very like clearly, like, so in my materialist view, the reason why brain damage affects your mind is just because your brain causes your mind in like a material sense, and then like affecting it is going to change the way that it causes it. But then you add like this entire other realm for reasons that I'm not too clear on. I'm just not sure what I guess the argument that I would just put forward for why my worldview is going to be preferable to yours is just going to be because it's like ontologically simpler, that I only posit one substance, atoms, whereas you posit like two substances. But so you're positing twice the number of substances, but you can't explain like literally any phenomena better than my worldview can. So it's like kind of irrelevant. You're just adding like another thing kind of just because.
I think that you're thinking I'm trying to like create some whole new world or whatever. Like, it's really not. I'm just trying to say like there's so much disagreement in like what people believe is God, and they want to like produce this entity that's outside of us, or some like man floating in the clouds or something like that. And it's really just the ideas and thought forms. And then like if we want to get into like Jesus, which is like the divine son or whatever, we can literally just break it down to like our conscious and our subconscious. And the conscious, like the pure unlimited conscious potential, anything can come out or whatever. And then it's like the sun.
That's a nice worldview,
light.
but what's the argument for this?
I'm just trying to say that it's not like I'm not trying to create multiple posits or whatever you said of where it makes things more complicated.
Okay, do you believe, well, so if you're a materialist, then you have a bigger problem, but do you think that part of do you think the mental is the same as the material?
No.
Gotcha. So then you believe, but you think the mental actually exists?
Yeah, like it's the unseen. I mean, like your imagination. Whenever you're visualizing that, or whenever you're like, do you consider that part of the material?
I'm a materialist, so I think everything is a part of the material.
But like, so at what part of the imagination is material?
Specifically the like, it's just the brain processing specific signals.
Okay, so it's just light that is organized, like what?
So
like
okay,
how do you explain that? Like whenever we dream.
Yeah. So here's the deal. So when we see something in the outer world with like shapes or whatever, there's light that bounces off of it, and our brain has this like physical interaction of actually intercepting these like light signals, and then it now has like this like feeling, this like qualia of like, here's what it's like to see like a cylinder in front of you. And now for our dreams, so this is like a purely physical interaction, and then in our dreams it just like plays all of that back. It just plays it in reverse. Like it knows what it's like to look at one of these things. It knows which parts of it like light up when it sees one of these things, and then it just runs that in reverse.
And where are you that's observing that?
That's just like a scientific fact. That's literally just how the neuroscience works.
No, but like your awareness self, the being that you believe that you are.
It's just something that you experience.
Right. And so how are you experiencing that? Like
that's not a well-formed question. I don't like, you just are. I don't know. Do you want to ask like a more specific question?
So like you believe that consciousness or whatever comes out of the material.
Yeah, I think it's reduced to the
body
physical.
was just created because the sperm and the egg came, and then it developed the DNA sequences, create all the proteins and whatnot. And so your body just developed, and then at some point you just like came on. And so like, do you believe that you're the body?
Yes.
And nothing more?
Yes.
Okay. I'm trying like do you think that like, I'm trying to figure out how to state this question. Like, do you observe your thoughts or do you create your thoughts? If that makes sense?
I just don't know what that means. So our brain produces our thoughts and then we experience them.
Yeah, this isn't really the world of like sentience, or I guess like, okay, can I kind of like change or
go for direction? It. Yeah.
So when we discuss Jesus, and people believe that Jesus is God, but I believe that he was the son of God.
You don't think Jesus is God?
I believe that he was a son of God.
So you reject like the fundamental truth of Christianity that Jesus is God. So whenever anyone
says in the Bible that Jesus is God.
Well, it says that Jesus is the Word and that the Word is God.
No, it says that God is the Word and the Word was God.
The Word
was with God.
So,
and then
so it says the Word is God, but then it later says that the Word became flesh, i.e., like the Word becoming flesh is Jesus. So it says very clearly. So if Jesus is the Word and the Word is God, then Jesus is God.
Okay, so the Word becoming flesh is like let me go back to what I was trying to explain earlier, where like it's like the sun and the moon. Okay, the sun shines a light, and then there's a reflection off the moon, right? There's the lit up side, and then there's a shadow side. That's symbolic of the consciousness that's within us, and then there's the subconscious that absorbs that light, but then there's also the shadow part, the part that we're not aware of. The part that's reflected back is the part that we become aware of. And through that reflection, we become self-aware of who we are.
Is this just like Jordan Peterson? What is this?
No, but that
Who are your
developed,
authors?
but that is the virgin birth of a divine child from the Father, which is the original consciousness, who then became self-aware and then developed a divine child, which is the personality or the word become flesh. It's the identity of yourself.
I'm just like
whenever
completely
you're trying to
so.
change your old way and become new,
So you're just
that
explaining Christianity to me in terms of like Jungian psychology, which is like fine. But what I want is evidence that Christianity is actually true.
so do you believe Jungian psychology is true?
It's not. I haven't looked enough. I haven't looked into it enough. I'm a big believer of like Lacanian psychoanalysis, but that's
And so, like Greek philosophy, do you disagree with that at all? Or do you
fuck
believe that there's
yeah. Well, I
truth?
mean, Greek philosophy is like very the big proponents of Greek philosophy. Yes, I disagree with Plato. I disagree with Aristotle. I guess those are like those are the big two. Socrates is fine, but he doesn't make any metaphysical claim.
Yeah. Do you disagree with like the philosophy behind like the psychological part, or do you disagree with like his more of his like political?
So okay, wait. So Plato held I guess this it's like partially I agree with it in like a metaphorical sense maybe. At least what Plato said about like our mind being these like split parts that wants different things, that part of our mind. I think that this tracks well onto Freud's concept of like the ego, the id, and the superego. I think it tracks pretty well, to an extent. I don't know. I like Freud's idea of the ego, the id, and the superego, and that's kind of similar to what Plato was thinking. So kind of, I don't know, maybe.
Yeah. So essentially, it's basically those things told into a story, but there's people who's ready to receive, I guess, the truth behind it, and then there's some people that can't interpret it. So the way that it's written in parables, I think it's just written to kind of create a balance and order in society or whatever. But
I just don't really know what to do with that.
my point is like whenever you say God isn't real,
Yeah.
but God is like the idea in a thought form, like it, and that's what's creating your identity or yourself, the personality, or like the Son, which is Jesus. And then through that, you have actions that then continue to create your world, or your personality creates your personal reality. And like, that's what it is. The word creates your reality. And,
Okay, so this is like a really nice metaphor, but like that's all it really sounds like is like a metaphor. Like it's as if like Jesus is like creating this, and it's like as if like your actions like constitute you or whatever. But I'm not interested in like these like metaphorical claims. I'm interested in like literal metaphysical claims that God is like a literal being who literally exists.
yeah, and I'm just trying to tell you that you're never gonna find that, because it's I guess there are parts of which you don't want to hear, like personal experiences, but when your thoughts eventually manifests, or you have synchronicities in the real world. Like, have you ever experienced that where you thought something and then like all of a sudden it's appeared into your life?
Yeah, of course, but that's just a statistical inevitability. Imagine all the times where you thought about something, but it didn't happen in your real life. There's lots of thoughts that you've had that have been discarded. You notice the ones that you thought about, but that doesn't really mean that there's like some connection here. It's just a game of statistics. You think about your friends all the time. You think about old friends all the time. It's an inevitability that like one of your old friends reaches out to you like a day later after you thought about them and hadn't thought about them for a while. That's just like it's literally just
think it's
statistics.
inevitable.
Unlikely things happen all the time because there's so many chances for them to happen.
Yeah, I guess. Sometimes it's just super specific things that like it does make people go, like that's interesting. Like that's almost too much of a coincidence.
So think about all the times a super specific thing could have happened but didn't.
Sure. I mean, like, yeah. I mean, you can play the world of statistics. Like that's the thing is like that part of, I guess, spirituality or what. Like there is that branch, but I will argue that for the most part, nobody really knows like whether your brain that's processing all the information is in a vat and you are just experiencing this and you think that it's a reality or whatnot. Like the metaphysical stuff is kind of like there could be so many arguments, like are we in a simulation or whatnot? But like the rest of it, like the New Testament, I just think it's Greek philosophy, and like the God that people want to fantasize about is not really that. It's essentially the science of consciousness and mental.
Oh, so you don't believe that God actually exists?
God just is. Like,
But
if
you don't.
believe
So
in-
you
like,
don't
if
believe in like
that you're
a.
fearful, you start behaving fearful, and then your body starts producing cortisol, and like you like feel stress, and like your health deteriorates, and it's like your thoughts do create change into the physical reality.
Okay, that's fine. But again, like I this is just not really the discussion that I'm too interested in. I'm looking for discussions about people who believe in a bodiless mind who created reality. One preferably who matches, like to some extent, the descriptions of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran.
Okay, so you just want to believe in like a misinterpreted version, or not believe
because
it, you just
because
wanna debate
people
somebody with like a
it's people do think that God literally exists. And I actually agree with you because I recognize that the Bible, the metaphysics behind the Bible are very clearly just ripped directly from like Plato and Aristotle, that these ideas are stolen. That specifically the idea of the soul was becoming really big right before the Bible was written in ancient Athens, which is why the idea of the soul got incorporated so much into it. I agree with you about all of this, but to me, this is all just evidence that it's not true, that it was man-made. So just to be clear, to make sure that we're on the same page, you think that all of this stuff was man-made, right?
Yeah, I think that it was a story that was written in a way, like metaphorically or whatever, spoken in parables for people to understand how to live their life and have control over it and be a self-thinker.
That's fine. I guess that's just not really what I'm not. It's like a fine interpretation, but what I'm actually looking to debate is like the actual existence of God, not like the metaphorical, like whether it's like a good metaphor.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate you coming on up here, though. It was an interesting conversation.
Yep. Thanks for having me.
Yep. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. If you don't have that, then I'm not going to talk to you. Make sure you're dropping that follow as well, sharing it with your friends, double tapping. We're not getting pushed out to the algorithm as much, so let's just keep on double tapping. If you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly -Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Also, Daniel, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail, Daniel. Hail, 666. Hail, Satan. I appreciate that, Daniel. Sorry if I missed people's donations. What I've been trying to do, if the guest makes like a big deal out of it or like complains about it, then I will read them when the guest is talking. But if they don't, then I'll just let it I'll just wait.
Yo, can you hear me?
Hey, yeah, how old are you?
I'm 19. I just turned 19 in May.
Okay, what religion?
Christian.
Okay, what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience? You got to be on the app, otherwise I can't hear you.
Oh, dang. I didn't know that. My bad. So yeah, I got a few. So first of all, there's like zero contradictions in the Bible.
Oh, that's
If you
not
don't
true.
take it out of, huh?
That's not true.
Can you tell me one?
Yeah, it says that God knows all things, but then God changes his mind, which is not possible if you know all things, because you would
So,
know what you actually are going to do.
so you talking? What do you mean God changes his mind? Can I get a verse or?
Yeah, so in Exodus, God changes his mind. Uh, 32:14.
30. Let me. Dang, I don't have my Bible on me. I can't close it, so give me a second.
Yeah, so the verse is, and the Lord changed his mind about the disaster that he planned to bring on his people. And I mean, actually, like a more direct contradiction is it literally just says like God can't change his mind elsewhere.
What was the verse again? Sorry.
Exodus 32:14.
Um.
And then this contradicts Numbers 23:19, that it's where it says God is not a human being that he should lie, or a mortal that he should change his mind. So God both can change his mind and also can't change his mind.
So I mean, I actually haven't heard this one, but God is the lawmaker, so
So can God change his mind or can he not?
he can.
Okay, so then you would reject Numbers 23:19 where it says that God cannot change his mind.
I mean, I guess I would kind of have to dig in more to this, and like put it in the context, if that makes sense.
Okay, so that's fine. But then it seems like absent a response, we have very straightforwardly contradictions in the Bible.
I mean, yeah, you could say that right now, but I would definitely have to put it into context and further like explore it.
Okay, gotcha. So your like killer piece of evidence that there's no contradictions in the Bible is out. So do you have any more arguments?
Well, another argument is that not just that the Christian God's obviously real, but a God is real. Because, I mean, I think that there was a study in 2014 that over 90% of people just believe in a God or something higher power. So that kind of points to a God being real.
Why?
Over 90% of people in 2014 believe that there was a God. Whether
Why does that mean that God is real?
Well, I mean, can you think of 93% of people that believe in just nothing?
Yeah, so the entire world used to believe that the sun revolved around the earth, and then we knew better eventually. Interestingly enough, the people who actually are educated and think about it, the majority of philosophers do not believe in a god.
Would you call Charles Darwin a philosopher?
I'd call him a scientist, but I'm talking about like contemporary philosophers, that all the surveys of philosophers, they ask like philosophy professors, like, do you believe in this? Do you believe in that? Do you believe in this? Do you believe in that? The majority of them say that they do not believe in a god.
I didn't know about that. I mean, there's more things too. Like, do you believe Jesus was a real person, whether he was God or not?
I think that he was a real person. I don't think that he was God.
Okay. Yeah, I'll agree with you on that at least. I was
You don't
gonna
think
say
Jesus was God?
Huh?
You don't think Jesus was God?
No, that he was a real person.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying, yeah, most historians think he was a real person.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine.
But, I mean, so you don't think he did the miraculous stuff, obviously.
No, there's no evidence of any of it. No.
So you don't believe the primary sources from when he was alive?
Which are the primary sources from when he was alive?
So we got 40 Gospels. Then we also have, I can't name off the top of my head, but I know there's 40 exact just things written about Jesus, and that's 10 times more than that's 4 times more than the what's it called, the ruler of Rome during that time.
The Gospels are not primary. So first of all the Gospels were written anonymously. The consensus is that they were written long after Jesus actually existed. That they were written I think at least 40 to 60 years, and then for some of them I think it's even longer. We also know that I think the Gospel of John couldn't have possibly been written by John, just on account that John was in text described to be illiterate, that the Gospels of Luke and Matthew steal directly from the Gospel of Mark, which of course is a really big problem because unless I'm mistaken, I don't think Mark ever knew Jesus, unless I'm tripping.
I think he knew Jesus. I mean, he was a disciple of his. But what do you mean they stole it from Mark?
Yeah, so if you actually just go through it, oh wait, 1 second. Oop. So if you go through it, if you go through all the texts, I think I can give you exact percentages. Mark in priority. Luke and Matthew plagiarize Mark. There's a Wikipedia page.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what I searched to get it. How much of Luke and Matthew are in Mark? 97% of Mark is found in at least one of the other 2 synoptic gospels. So it seems like Luke is only 35% of Luke is actually unique to Luke. Otherwise, it's stolen word for word from Mark or from Matthew.
Okay, I get what you're saying, but I mean, don't you think if they were describing his life that it would obviously be similar?
But why would it ever be word for word? That's just
I mean, I can't really give you answers to that one.
Ethan, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Hail, Ethan. Hail, 666. Hail, Satan. Big W, Ethan. That just becomes a pretty big problem for your worldview, right? These were probably not written by the people that they're attributed to, just based on the fact that they plagiarized. Why would they need to plagiarize if they were their own gospels?
I mean, I get 100% what you're saying, but I feel like if I was describing someone's life, I mean, it would probably be pretty similar in all, what's it called? In all different texts.
So if you and I were describing, if the same thing happened to us, there would be some overlap in the progression, but the specific way that 2 people tell the same story would be different, fundamentally, foundationally different. It could be the same events, but it would be from different perspectives. But it's not from different perspectives, it's from the same perspective.
Yeah, that's well, there is differences, how Judas died. So obviously Luke was a doctor, or he had a medical background. And so in one of them, you'll see he just hung himself. Then Luke gives us a more in description of what actually happened. His body
he
burst.
exploded or something.
Yeah.
So that's totally fine. Yeah, you would expect differences in perspective, but there isn't differences in perspective. It's the exact same order of events, sentence by sentence. It's describing the exact same thing, and then the next sentence is also describing the exact same thing, and then the following sentence, the exact same thing once again. It's describing the exact same thing all the way through for large portions. And it's not this is not the kind of mistake that you make, that you just accidentally stumble into. This is like what happens when you plagiarize somebody else's work.
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, I don't really know how to explain it, but yeah. That's it for all that I have. I wasn't expecting to join so early, but it was nice meeting you. I'm always in your lives, and this was the first time I actually got to join.
Yeah,
So
well,
thank you for
appreciate
just having
you.
me.
Yeah, appreciate you coming on up here.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, thanks so much for coming on up. This person who just said I'm losing in the comment section sent you up an invite. Okay, we can. Yeah. Hey, so you said that I was losing the last debate. On which point do you think I did badly?
On all of them, to be honest.
On which one?
All right, listen.
Gotcha. Wait. So wait. Because you said that I was losing. So that's specifically an engagement of like the matches that played out. Not just you don't like my arguments, but specifically that the person I was talking to did well against my arguments. So which specific argument do you think that the person I was just talking to did well against?
This last one you were just doing,
Yeah.
he had a pretty good point.
Yeah. Which point did he make that was pretty good?
The Bible. I mean, all the answers that you're looking for. they're in the Bible.
Oh, brilliant. Yeehaw. Thank you so much. But we went through the Bible. If you were listening to the last conversation, we went through the Bible. And in fact, as
the
it turned
thing
out,
is,
there was tons of contradictions. So
you
I can
focus-
ask you about the contradictions.
you
So in
focus
Exodus
on the Old
32:14, in Exodus
You
32:14,
focus on the Old Testament. You should be focused on the New Testament.
In Exodus 32:14, it says that God changed his mind, and then in Acts, I think it says that God cannot change his mind.
He can't change his mind.
Gotcha. So then in Exodus, how did he change his
Old
mind?
Testament, once again, that's the
Is
Old
it the same
Testament.
God or is it the?
It's the same God.
Gotcha. Wait. So did your God change?
You're focused on the Old Testament. That's what you're focused
It's
at.
the
You gotta
it's the
look at
same
New
person. This
Testament.
is a ridiculous argument. This is like saying like I may have murdered that person 10 days ago, but you're focusing on 10 days ago.
Yeah.
I'm here today. Why are you focusing on 10 days ago? What
Can
are
I
you
ask you?
talking about?
Can I ask you something?
Yeah, go for it.
Why do you think that God is not real?
I think God isn't real because of all of the grotesque and gratuitous suffering that happens in the world. I don't know. I should have a big wheel of suffering that I spin every time somebody asks me this question. Let's take malaria. If God's all good, why does malaria exist? Keeping in mind that malaria has killed 1 out of every 2 humans. Literally 50% of the population has been killed by malaria. Why would God make malaria?
Because we're not obedient to his word.
If God makes malaria, then he's a sick fuck. Do you think killing half of the population is an effective method of like disciplining?
Do you see what's going on with Israel today? Like,
I'm just not sure do you know malaria existed before Israel?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
so why would God make malaria?
Because it's like one of the punishments of our sins of the sin that Adam and Eve created.
That's not
They
true.
weren't supposed to eat out of that tree.
That's not true. So we know that that's not true because mosquitoes from 30 million years ago had malaria. We literally have a fossilized mosquito. This mosquito has malaria, which means that it can't come from Adam and Eve because it existed 30 million years before Adam and Eve.
Wait, what? You're making
Malaria
no sense.
existed before Adam and Eve.
All right, I'm gonna ask you another thing.
Yeah, you probably would want to move off that point, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I know you ain't talking. You're like Jeffrey Dahmer, boy. Anyways, don't interrupt me. I'm
Yeah,
talking.
eating your ass up.
Oh my God,
Get
you're
torn in
weird,
half.
bro. You will say that with your Harry Potter glasses on, bro.
Damn.
Anyways,
Do you have a
what?
Yeah, what's the argument?
Okay, so do you believe in dinosaurs and all that stuff and the Big Bang Theory?
Yeah, I certainly do.
Okay, do you have proof that that was real?
Yeah, which one do you want proof for?
Give me proof of the dinosaurs.
Yeah, we have their fucking bones. What are you talking about?
Okay, there's excavation sites of parts that the Bible talks about.
Yeah, let's go through it. So just because there's excavation sites doesn't
Okay,
mean
just
that
because
it's
they're
true.
bones, the dinosaurs don't mean it's true.
Chet, thank you so much for the dinosaur. Appreciate it. Big W, Chet. Where'd the bones come from?
Huh?
Where'd the bones come from?
Exactly. Where that excavation points come from. So
The excavation
one of us
points
is
are just
wrong.
points in the earth. Wait. Do you understand how my question makes sense and yours doesn't?
Your
Where
question
did
don't
the
make no
excavation sites
sense,
come from? Well,
bro.
an
Your question
archaeologist
don't
put
make
them
no
there.
sense, bro.
So it's easy to answer, but in your view, you have literally no explanation of where these bones came from.
Yeah, there's no explanation where the bones came from.
They came from dinosaurs. What are
How
you
do you know
talking
that?
about?
Do you have proof that they came from dinosaurs?
Yes.
That's how I know you just believe everything on the internet. Like, if
We
they
have we
tell you
literally
there's
have the
dinosaurs, you're
oh
gonna
my
believe
god.
that.
Yeah, wait, we can assemble them into like full complete fossils. We have transitionary fossils.
Okay, so how did how were humans created then?
We weren't, we evolved because you want to
From
move.
how?
Yeah, I probably would want to move off of the dinosaurs point too.
No, it
Whoa,
still goes to
Philo
the same
Dragon, thank you
thing.
so
The
much for the glowing
creation
jellyfish.
of the
W
earth,
Philo
the
Dragon.
creation of
Appreciate that.
everything.
What?
You say dinosaurs are real.
Yeah.
Okay, so how were humans created?
I think we evolved.
How? From where?
Lots of
If our
things.
genetics comes and proves that we come from a man and a girl.
What?
Yeah, our genetics, our genes come from a guy. We're created from
Oh
a
yeah,
man
so
and a
oh
girl.
gosh, that's a really bad argument. So you're referring to mitochondrial Adam and I think like genetic Eve or something or other. Problem is these people didn't live at the same time.
Bro, you're making no sense, bro.
That's just like the scientific consensus on the matter that the two people you're referring to that
It was Adam
are
and Eve.
no, they're referred to in the scientific literature as like I think mitochondrial Adam and like genetic Eve or something. I don't fucking know. Well, let me look it up. Oh, mitochondrial
You
Eve
sound
and
sad, bro.
mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosome and chromosomal Adam and mitochondrial Eve. That's what it is. There's no evidence that these people lived at the same time. 90s, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail 90s, hail 666, hail Satan, big W90s in that comment section. Oh, and the guest ran, just like that, the guest ran. Okay. Yeah, I probably would. I'd probably run away from this argument too, not gonna lie. Folded like a chair, scrambled like an omelet, reformatted like a hard drive, get your ankles absolutely shattered. You will never debate again. Thank you so much for the cent subscription. I appreciate the hell out of that. That's awesome. Thank you so much. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience, and that you're 18 or older. If you don't meet that criteria, fuck, I'm not going to talk to you. And if you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly -Ian, Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both of them are in my bio. Elise, thank you so much. Appreciate that. And with that, we can go to the very next guest. Yeah, everyone wants to talk shit. I think I'm implementing a new policy that people who talk shit in the comment section are just gonna get brought up. What's up? How's it going?
Nigga, I smacked the dumb out your dumb ass, nigga. You little nerdy
Oh.
Harry Potter looking at nigga. I
Oh,
smacked
that's
the
not very
stupid shit
demure
out
of
of you,
you.
nigga. Come outside, little nigga. I'll beat your dumb ass
Oh,
up,
don't.
nigga. Beat your little ass up, nigga.
No.
I'll whoop you. I'll stick my dick in your mouth, nigga.
No. Oh no. That's not very demure. You waited. This motherfucker waited in line just to say that. Oh god. Just to get in front of like 750 people and like show his entire ass. What a weirdo. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you something about Jesus, and you better damn right believe my story.
How old are you?
Why do you want to know my age? I'm 20 years old. You're gonna try
Okay.
some dirty with me?
No, because you got to be 18 or older in order to get onto the live stream. Otherwise,
yeah,
it's
I'm
against
20,
TikTok
ain't no
terms of
problem.
service. Gotcha. Wait, so I'm not interested in your story, but if you have an argument, I'd love to hear your argument. Okay. Yeah, probably a good call, Justin. um. but- Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, my question is, as far as like the dinosaurs and stuff, I heard you talking about that. How do we actually know what the dinosaurs sounded like? Because we always hear
We
stuff.
don't. We have their. I think we have like their larynx, and then we can like reconstruct it or attempt to.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering about that because I always had a kind of like a belief type thing about the dinosaur situation too.
Yeah.
Just
So-
like Go ahead.
So the fact that there was like these like big fucking lizards roaming around, that's true. That's all true. That actually happened. The specifics of like what color they were or like what they sound like, that's up for debate still. We don't know.
Okay. The rest of your information, I mean, you know, you got your beliefs, I got my beliefs. I ain't gonna go on that. But the dinosaur thing, definitely in on.
Yep. All right. Well, appreciate coming on up here. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen as we go to the very next guest. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Good, Eaton. I just want to say I'm a big fan, bro. And has anybody ever asked you to debate the other side?
Like defend that God is real?
Yeah, could you do that and win?
Yeah, I'm actually thinking about not to spoil it, but if TikTok is still around by April Fools, that was gonna be my little April Fools.
I'll be here for it.
Yeah, I'll run like the God is real topic.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Keep doing what you do.
Well, appreciate you coming on up here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna run the best argument, fine tuning. That's probably true, by the way. That's like the whoa! What the fuck? Is that a Pegasus? Thank you so much, Philodragon, for the Pegasus. That's awesome. Hey, what's up? How's it going, John?
Pretty decent. How about yourself?
Doing well. How old are you?
I'm 18.
Yeah, and what religion?
I don't really have one, but
do you believe in Jesus?
Not necessarily. Like I agree with the whole God isn't real thing. Like I prefer to believe more in the like mythologies of like Rome and Greece, like because with their quote quote gods, they have more control over specific things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and there's just like literally no evidence for them, but sure.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying they're real, but I'm saying I prefer like believing that those types of things could be real over saying that God is real.
Yeah, praise Zeus. I'm only looking to debate people who believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran. Sounds like that's not you. So I'll go to the next one. But apparently, I didn't fucking know this, but apparently the Bible talks about unicorns. That's crazy. What's up? How's it going, Nando?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Doing well. How old are you?
I'm 23 actually.
And yeah, what religion?
Christian.
Okay, what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Okay, so is it cool if we use like science?
Yeah, of course. I love science. Yeah.
Okay, so this is something I've heard, but one thing I wanted to say, I do watch you a lot. I had a question too after I'm done with the argument, if that's okay with you or whatever.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. But back to the whole the science thing. There was a thing that just with the prophecies alone that Christ has fulfilled is over 300 prophecies, right? With getting killed by the second degree thermodynamics law, it's like 17 to like the 80th or 89th power, which is impossible, right? I mean, we can all agree on that.
Wait, what? Getting killed by the second law of thermodynamics?
So what I'm saying, yeah, to be killed by the second law of thermodynamics, you have a 17 and an 8 to the 80th power chance of that. So it's nearly impossible.
Wasn't he killed by crucifixion?
No. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is to be as humans like me and you, right? To us be killed by that's the chances of that. Now, we take that and we do the prophecies that Jesus Christ has fulfilled, right? He's filled 300 prophecies. I believe the numbers behind that was obviously you'd start with 300 it was like some crazy ass number to the power. So it's almost both, it's nearly impossible to say that, using just how impossible something is. It's impossible for these prophecies to not be fulfilled. The possibility behind that is it's that low with them already being fulfilled.
Wait,
so the chances of him being
I'm still on the second law stuff. So wait, what do you think the second law of thermodynamics is?
Me personally, right? You got me there, but this was just Christian study that I've read up on. So I guess you could say that I fail here at this point with this question because I didn't do the full research of exactly what thermodynamics is. I just know that the possibility of being killed to that is more greater than the prophecies that Christ has fulfilled.
Okay.
If you do
So which prophecy do you feel knowledgeable enough to defend?
Oh, that he came, because you could, if you look even in the a lot of people like to say, like, the fact that Christ was even here, that was a prophecy that was within was that Isaiah? I think it's Isaiah. Yeah, he says, like, or no, Proverbs 33:4, where in the Old Testament, a lot of people say, like, why don't they talk about Christ in the Old Testament? Why don't they talk about? There's a prophecy in it, and it says so I know it's Proverbs 33:4, and they ask, the Son of God is coming, and they ask who is the Son of God, and then when they see a Hebrew, can't remember the word, but it's a Hebrew name, and it relates to Christ in English.
Okay, wait. So Proverbs
33:4. Let me grab my Bible. It's right here.
34. Okay. NRSV. So who has ascended to heaven and come down? Who has gathered the wind in the hollow of the land? Who has wrapped up the waters in a garment? Who has established all the ends of the earth? Who is this person's name? And what is the name of the person's child? Surely you know. Yeah, wait, so where's Jesus in here? I'm confused.
Wait, I'm coming. Hold on. Proverbs 30. Cloak. Tell me if you know every word of God is flawless. It may not be in the King James version, but I know it's in one. I've looked it up, and it is in one of the versions. But wait. I am who has gone up to heaven and come down.
Yeah, wait, I just
Yeah.
Am I
If you relate
confused?
that
Did
to
I-
what Jesus has done, that's what he's done. The they speak of what he's done in the Old Testament, and then but he does it in the New Testament.
Wait. So
that's
who has ascended to heaven, come down, and come down? Who has gathered the wind in the hollow of the hand? Who has wrapped up the waters in a garment? When does Jesus?
What is-
Maybe I'm confused. Wait. So when does? First of all, I don't believe in this book either. But so you need to
Okay.
prove that this is true. But second of all, I don't think Jesus does this. Like.
you don't think Jesus went to heaven and came back down?
So let's focus on like one of the more random ones. So, when did Jesus wrap up the waters in a garment?
And it waters in his cloak.
Yeah,
Who has
when
established all the ends of the earth? What is his name? And yes, so what it's saying here is, who has gone up to heaven and come down? Who has gathered up in the hollow of the wind in the hollow of his hands? Who has wrapped up the waters in his cloak?
yeah. Wait, so when does Jesus? Can you give
So
me the
they're talking
verse where
about
Jesus wraps
No,
up
they're
the
talking about
waters in a
God.
garment?
God and Jesus, because as you see right here, it says, "What is his name?" and the name of his son.
So wait, can I just get the verse? So where's the verse in the New Testament where Jesus gathers up
I'm not
the?
saying Jesus. No, I'm not saying Jesus did that.
Oh wait, so
They're
then this
describing-
does not describe Jesus.
No, this does. If you listen real quick, this says, "What is his name?" and the name of his son. They're asking.
If you're off the app, I can't hear you. You got to come back.
Oh, sorry. It said my bad. It was letting me know my battery's at 10%. But it says, "What is his name?" and the name of his son. That's implying that there's two people that they want the name of that have done these things. That
I mean,
would
I'd assume that the interpretation of this is like, wait, so, I don't know. I bet they probably have, what's the common interpretation of the Son of God?
Christ.
Yeah, wait, maybe I'll bring like a Bible scholar who probably knows more about this than I do to get some insights.
Hey guys.
Hey, when it says when it's talking about the Son of God in Proverbs, is this like? I mean,
No, you have to start from verse 1. The proverb is that the person speaking is not able to obtain divine wisdom because he's a man, because he's a human being. So he ends this little rhetorical flourish with, hey, if there's somebody else who has done this, give me his name and what's the name of his son? Which is why you find in the Greek Septuagint, it says, what is his name and what is the name of his children? Because this is not about God or God's son. This is a guy making a rhetorical statement about how human beings are not able to obtain wisdom from heaven.
Yeah, I'm gonna strongly disagree with the research, the guys I've listened to about Christianity. I'm gonna have to really strongly disagree.
Well, I actually have a degree in this field of study. So
that's
what
I
I
was
would
about to
implore
say.
you to do, do you have a computer with you?
No, not in my room now. But just tell me what I need to do here.
Okay,
No,
so
I'm-
in nearly every single translation of this from the ancient Hebrew, when you look at it in Syriac or Greek or whatever, it refers to the children, multiples of this individual, because it's understood that the individual is a human being. It's a rhetorical question. If there is such a human being who has done these things, then what is his name and what is the name of his son or his lineage or his children? He's not asking whether or not God has a child.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that. I don't know. I firmly believe.
Ian, do him a favor and read.
well, you're cutting out a little bit. Could
I
you,
couldn't hear him.
Justin? You just cut out. Do you wanna read what? You're still cutting out really egregiously. Oop. You're cutting out pretty badly. But no, I do see now when I read it, this is like that is very clearly what it's talking about. That from verse 1, the words of Agar, son of Jacob, an oracle. Thus says the man, I am weary, O God, I am weary, O God, and am wasting away. Surely I am too stupid to be human. I do not have human understanding. I have not learned wisdom, nor have I knowledge of the holy ones. Who has ascended to heaven and come down? Who has gathered the wind in hollow of the hand? Who has wrapped up the waters in a garment? Who has established all the ends of the earth? What is this person's name? What is the name of the person's child? Surely you know. To me, it seems pretty clearly like it's talking about like, well, I just don't know anything. Like, do you, like, what is this?
But it also says that any man who opens up to God can receive wisdom. So I don't understand how that can make sense. How that means that. I think this is a prophecy that was spoken upon Christ, where it speaks of him.
Wait, I'm sorry. And where does it say in this passage that anyone who opens up can receive wisdom?
Oh no, that's in other. That's like not in this book here. No, yeah, no.
Oh, gotcha. Well, yeah, I don't know. That's, I guess, that's probably just gonna be like a difference of interpretation. But what's your evidence that Proverbs is true?
I would say because see that's where we're gonna like, because you may not think Proverbs is true or whatever. I think Proverbs. I believe the whole Bible is real. I believe everything that happened in it is real. Everything there's actual things that were from the Bible in the places that they speak of, like the chariot and the Red Sea, that they found that they speak
Didn't
of.
happen. No, so if you look this up, if you type into your search bar chariots in the Red Sea, the
Yeah.
very first result that comes up is like something that says like correction, or like or it's like an AP News article that says like false stories claim that chariots found in the Red Seas didn't happen, no evidence of it. But I have a question for you about the flood.
Yeah, of course.
If the flood happened, how did the kangaroos get to Australia?
Wait. back up. Okay, there might be some some knowledge that I don't have with what you said, with the information that you've said. I don't understand the question. Maybe I don't. What is the kangaroos to get to Australia?
So
Where?
so the ark lands after the flood. It lands in like a mountain in the Middle East.
Yeah.
How'd the kangaroos get from a mountain in the Middle East to the borderless country of Australia that is in the middle of the ocean?
So here, as a Christian, here's where I'm going to say that I don't have that knowledge for you. I don't think that it will speak about it in the Bible. I am not too sure. I'm sure that there's somebody like, some really smart, priest or something that would know more about how things like that have happened. But that, for me right now, that's a question that I'm going to want to know too, because that's a really good, dude, like you got me good there. Like that's laughable. Like that's like most people get mad about stupid shit like that, but me, dude, that's good. Like you got me good there. I want to know that too.
Yeah, it's good. I have a million questions about the flood. I think that all of this is like just nonsense. I don't know.
But it is God, so to me, it's like it's possible. I don't know how it's possible, but I know if God did it, he did it.
Yeah. Well, do you have anything else?
Yeah. So I heard you speak because I watch you very regularly.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
awesome. Hell yeah. Let's go.
I've been kind of waiting to debate with you. I
Yeah.
still think you have your own beliefs on it. So but here's the question that I have now, since you said April Fools. So are you a guy that does not, since you're gonna do how he is real? Are you a guy that actually does not believe in God, or do you believe in God and you just like to just do this for fun or whatever?
Oh no, I actually don't. Because if I actually believed in God, then what I would do is I would learn all the arguments for why God is real, and then I would just do the exact same live, but like God is real,
But
and
you
just like
said-
defend the thing that I actually believe. I do God isn't real because that's what I believe, and I think that that's true.
Yeah, I
But-
mean, I think it's hard to make you understand a lot of the points. It's hard to make you understand because you're so set. You don't even have an open mind to believe in God. So
I think I do.
I mean, but like realistically, no matter what we throw at you, I've watched it, and like it's hard to like even get you to see like where it comes from, how it works. Like I think you listen and you understand because obviously I've watched you also like shit on some guys and just be like, yeah, bye, like get off my live, you're burnt. You know what I mean? So I'm glad that you give me the respect, to keep talking and whatever or whatnot. So, but I've watched and it's like, oh wow, I think this guy's just stuck this way. Like there's no, like I think there will be guys that might make him question a little bit, some things, but not always.
Yeah, no, I probably would reject this characterization. I love convincing arguments. If you have an argument that's convincing, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah.
I'm very open to being convinced, and if God did exist, specifically the God of the Bible, then of course I would want a relationship with him. I just have no evidence that this God actually exists, and I can't enter into a relationship with someone unless I know that they exist. Like I can't have a girlfriend who I don't know exists. Like I can't build a relationship off of faith that like my partner exists. I need to actually know that they exist. Similarly, I can't form a relationship with God or Jesus or whoever unless I actually know that they exist.
Okay. So let me ask you this. You don't believe in God because this is 66 books or 63 books.
Well, I have a million reasons to not believe in God. Your God specific. So I think that your God specifically is like cooked probably forever. I think I would I would need like some crazy evidence to prove that your God is real. I'm much more open to the idea of like a deist God, like a God who just made everything and then fucked off. But even that, I don't think that there's evidence for that. But no, your God is like unsalvageable. It literally says that it's okay to do slavery. That's crazy. I don't think that there's ever going to be.
I
proof
don't
for
think
your
anyone
God.
in the New Testament speaks upon that.
But it's the same God, right? It's the same person.
the new covenant is the
But
new
it's
covenant.
the same God, right?
I mean, good point, but I think also I just read up and read something the other day, or watched something the other day, where it talks about the slavery and what it actually, like, how that correlates for a question like that. Do I wish I could remember that or even pull it up for you? Yeah. Does it sound like I'm making shit up right now? Absolutely.
That's
But
okay.
I promise you, I just, because it was an African man speaking too. He was an African Christian from Africa. And he was actually saying, like, because they asked him, like, how can you know what I mean? Like, how can you believe in this God when, when they came to America, they enslaved them? And he actually shut them down on that with it was pretty cool to watch. Actually, it wasn't nothing I read. It was actually a video I do remember. But I mean, I think the personal things, like you say, like, he allows slavery. I think there's a lot more knowledge to be learned with that, to actually understand what it's talking about and all this and that. And the
No,
other.
it's very clear. So it says it word for word directly. So some people will try to obfuscate. They'll say, well, it's an indentured servant. It says in no ambiguous terms, very directly, word for word, it says, these people will be your possessions. You can own them for life. And then it says you can treat them as slaves.
What scripture verse is that?
Leviticus 25:44 through 46. It's like really the only slavery verse. So if somebody is your possession for life, who you can treat as a slave, then they're a slave.
Hold on. I had this problem before. This is something I even ask other people about, but I got to go to a higher. Leviticus, what'd you say again?
25:44 through 46.
46. Okay, I found 25. Okay. 44 through 36. Okay. Your male and female slaves. Okay. So most of the time when things are taken out of context, okay, you gotta read above or after.
Yeah.
to
So
understand.
are you familiar with what Leviticus is, with what's actually going on here?
The laws I know that Leviticus and Deuteronomy are some really messed up books that people like to use against us. And I'll be honest with you, I just started kind of like, because I started in the Gospels. I'm you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the Old Testament is something I'm getting to. So when I debate with people and they use Leviticus and Deuteronomy, I have to sometimes like take the defeat now, for example, you know what I mean? And then
Yeah.
I'll go back and I'll read the passage before, or I'll read the whole book through, or, whatever, like a little bit halfway through and then a little bit after. So I fully understand. And then most of the time I never get the chance to go back on and talk about it again. Or
Yeah,
I'll
well,
call-
the Old Testament is like truly horrific. I think if you're just getting to the Old Testament, you're gonna have you're going to have a tough time reconciling any of this.
Yeah, I've noticed that, but I think the whole reason of Christ coming in the New Testament is how the world, because I believe the Old Testament was so, that's the whole point of the New Testament, because it was so horrific to live by. You couldn't live by it, the 10 laws or the 10 commandments. You couldn't do it. You couldn't do it. Anybody that swears by the Old Testament, they're lying. You cannot do it. All right, because you already failed. If you even stole a pen from work, okay, you're cooked. You know what I mean? So that's why Jesus came down for the new covenant, the New Testament. That's the whole prophecy he fulfilled, so we can live under him.
Wait, so why was literally any of this time period necessary then? Like there were horrors committed here, many of them by God himself. Why was any of that necessary if they were just going to like bulldoze over it?
I don't believe God does horrific things. I believe in trials and tribulations. I believe in punishment. I don't believe in any God does any wrongdoing. It's actually a really misunderstood thing throughout the Bible. When you look at certain words or how certain things are, because God, it says in our book, God is perfect. God, you know what I mean? So it's kind of hard as a, I know it seems kind of hard, but if you go to the New Testament, Romans, where they speak about trials and tribulations, and that's how God builds character development. Do
you think that there was?
Do I think that there's a reason?
No, I was just gonna ask you. Do you think that there was like lots of character development when God like commanded the Israelites to kill the Amalekite children in 1 Samuel 15:3?
1 Samuel 15:3. I'm not familiar with this.
This verse is really gonna throw you.
I know of this, but I don't know everything. This, like I said, I don't know everything behind it, and I don't know everything.
I can give you the context if you want. The context comes from Exodus, which happened like 300 years prior. The Amalekites attacked the Israelites as they were leaving Egypt, and then that forms like justification for massacring their children 300 years later. Even like the people themselves that get massacred, it's not like they were the ones doing the massacre in the first place. It happened 300 years earlier.
Yeah, and this is where I would like to say to you, this is where I have, because like I like to defend the Bible whole, you know what I mean? I love to defend everything, but for me, this is why I necessarily defend Jesus, you know, God, things like that. Because that, you know, especially Jesus Christ, you know, that's who I follow. That's who I want to be like. That's the man that I follow by in the new covenant. And I understand that you say, you know, well, what about, you know, God? He does claim in John, where he says, you know, if you see me, you know, I am the Father, I am the one, you know, through me, through him. So I understand all that, but I follow Jesus Christ because this is exactly what Cliff has spoken about. You can't 100% follow religion. You can't only follow religion. You got to follow Christ. That's why I believe Christ is real. Because if you follow religion, it justifies things like, for example, like the parts of the Holocaust. Hitler, you know, he claimed to be, you know, defending the Christian race, you know, this and that, so many horrible things. The Crusades, you know, when they turned terrible. And it was all done by Christian religion. But if people followed Christ, like the Bible says to, right? Because I think there is a difference between following the Bible and being a Christian that way instead of following the Christian religion.
Yeah, wait, sorry, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but
yeah, dude.
The reason why you're following Christ, and it can be good practice, but it's not going to be literally true. Just based on the simple reason that however good Jesus is, it's all built off of the Hebrew Bible. The Hebrew Bible is your foundation, and the Hebrew Bible is horrific.
I think in ways that are misunderstood, it could be horrific.
No,
I think that there's reasonings and why behind it, if that makes sense.
No, there aren't. Well, we know the reasons. The reasons are just like wholly ineffective. That it's insane to say that because of a crime committed 300 years previously, that you now get to go and kill somebody's babies. This would be like if we today, right now, I assume you're American, if we went and invaded like Britain and just like slaughtered all of the British babies. Like that would be crazy as like retribution for like the Revolutionary War. That would literally just be insane. And there's no ambiguity to it. That is the reason why God is punishing the Amalekites.
So you're saying we go and we kill the British babies. Why are we killing the British babies here?
Because of the Revolutionary War from 300 years ago.
This is one of the things where I'm going to take the L on and ask around and read up on, because I don't foresee, you know, God just like saying, "Hey man, remember them guys 300 years ago? Kill their babies." I don't know.
That is yeah. So what people are going to tell you, the explanation that they'll give you, is what I told you, but they'll leave out the fact that it happened in Exodus like 300 years prior.
Right.
But the transgression happened in Exodus. They'll give you the exact explanation that I gave you, but that's fine. Like you should hear it for yourself. But keep in mind that the transgression happened in Exodus and the punishment happened in Samuel.
1 Samuel, what'd you say?
1 Samuel 15:3.
15:3. Okay, I'm in 15 right now. 3. Now go attack. Okay, this is what the Lord Almighty says: I will punish the Amalekites for what they did to Israel when they waylaid them as they came up from Egypt. Now go attack the. So where does it say about kids?
1 Samuel 15:3.
Mm-hmm.
Have you read it?
Yeah, I even started at 2. It says, "This is the Lord Almighty says, I will punish the." I don't know how you nail it every time.
Amalekites.
Amalekites. Okay, there you go. Seeing it spelled way different than how you've been pronouncing it. That's crazy work. For what they did to Israel when they waylaid them as they came up from Egypt. Now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy everything that belongs to them. Do not spare. Do not. Okay, I see it now. Never mind.
Yeah.
Went right over it. Camels and do not. And donkeys. So Saul summoned the men, master 200 feet, soldiers.
Yep, I don't know. I think that there's really just no. I don't know. I think that there's no
I don't
salvaging
know.
that one.
I don't know how. Listen, I'm not smart enough to know how to salvage that. That's crazy work. I think the only reason why we could put it like this is because God did declare Israel and his people. I think the punishments from God probably were 10 times more strict, as the laws were too, as you go to the whole reason why Christ was born in the new covenant.
Yeah. The problem is
if you
that
don't
the
mind.
new covenant is all going to be built off of the old covenant, and of course, the old covenant is horrific. That your new covenant, however sweet it is built off of like just a pile of like dead Amalekite children.
I mean, when we say that's all it's built off, that's kind of wild. I mean, that's
It's built off of a lot of things, but it includes things like slavery, like there was the Amalekite genocide, but that doesn't even get to like the Canaanite genocide, which in my opinion was done for much worse reasons. It was the exact same thing done for worse reasons.
Right. So I mean, if people, it's hard because it's God. God. If God tells you and his laws, it's never right. And I don't know how to you can't. I don't know if you can justify morally, at least, because I would never want, you know what I mean? Like I would never want God to kill babies. So I don't even know how you talk about that. I think that's something that might be, I don't know. I don't have nothing for you there. You got me there. But I want to ask you a question.
Yeah, go for it.
I want to ask you a question and then give you a thankful statement.
Yeah.
So you keep speaking 300 years before, and that is correct. That is correct. Isn't it kind of weird, like 1,500 years can go by and they're still writing about the same dude with no technology? Not knowing who this guy is.
Wait, so I'm sorry. What's maybe I just don't understand the question.
Like these, for example, it speaks, Old Covenant speaks of, it's not just all in a couple days. You know what I mean? It's not these are years and years apart. These books are written that talk about the same guy. They all talk about the same guy. They don't know each other. There's nothing to, you know what I mean? There's nothing to be, there's no sharing it. There's no texting hey, look at this book.
Wait, with the Gospels?
The Gospels, the Old how far apart all these books are. All every single book in the Bible, they all come to one thing. I mean that isn't enough evidence right there. I mean, how do you translate that?
So I think talking about the Gospels is actually quite interesting because we know that Matthew and Luke plagiarized bigly from Mark. That 97% of all of Mark appears in Matthew and Luke, which means that the reason why Matthew and the authors of Matthew and Luke were talking about it is because they literally plagiarized it. That's my explanation. And also, I think that the claim that Jesus appeared in the Old Testament is highly contentious. Or that he's even hinted to in the Old Testament, highly contentious.
See, that's where we go back to the Proverbs 33 and 4, and we, you know what I mean, like you said, what was it, interpretation differences or whatever you said earlier.
Yeah, I just Justin's interpretation seems way more obvious than the interpretation that it's like talking about Jesus.
I'd like to go back to the Hebrew Bible itself and then translate it all from there, because I would guarantee it's not the same. I would guarantee you it would, you know what I mean? It would interpret that. And there was lost words. I mean, I know for a fact that different versions have different ways of writing, and all that as well.
That's true. Although, yeah, I don't know. Gonna come down to someone more knowledgeable. If Justin is still here, if he wanted to go over the Hebrew, if his signal is better, then for sure. But then we can talk about that really quick. But if not, then do you have anything else?
No, I just wanted to say thanks for having me on, man. Letting me debate. I mean, I feel like I feel like, you know, compared to most people that's came in here and tried to convince you, I feel like I feel like I stumped you once or twice and been like, and you got me way more, especially using the Old Testament, which a lot of people do. It's hard for me. I like when people are dumb enough to try to argue the New Testament against me. But when people use the Old Testament, I usually just take the L every time, because I'm not that far in, if that makes sense.
Yep, that's fine. No, I thought you did much better than most other guests. And I think that your humility is a huge strength. It prevents you from making a complete fool of yourself by trying to defend like horrors.
Yeah, like I don't like I said, the best idea I could think that somebody would say to defend that, you know what I mean, would be like, you know, them are his people, them are, like he said, them are his kids in Israel.
Well,
so,
thank you so much. Appreciate it.
But I didn't know what to do when that thing came on the screen. I was like, do I shut up or like what do we do?
Oh, I think that's like a terrible defense.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like that's the only, you know what I mean? Like I don't know how anybody can, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. That's the only trying to think it, you know what I mean? What would it be? I don't know what it would be. Doesn't mean I agree with it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you coming on up.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
Yep. You as well. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran. Let's try to get this all the way up to, I don't know, call it 175K. Just keep on double tapping on that screen. Drop in a follow if you're enjoying the debates. If you never want to miss these debates in the future. And with that, we can go to the next guest. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both of them are in my bio. What's up, Sonny? How's it going?
I am good, brother. How are you today?
Doing well. How old are you?
I am 28.
And what religion?
I am a new Christian.
Okay. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
That is such a good question. I'm going to be honest with you. I just want to put it up there. I am not an educated debater, but I'm here just to learn, and I want to understand you a little bit better and your way. So I appreciate you having me on.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
So I believe that, you know, something comes from something, right? As a creator, as a human being, we give life from our father and mother. So I believe that there is somebody there that has our hands on create us, because there's things that we can't explain in our life, right? How you're here, how I am here. And we are perfectly designed in a way, right? We're all special and unique in our own way. And that's the reason why I believe that there is a creator.
Okay. Yeah, there's like a lot of problems with that. So starting with like the something comes from something line, this is gonna be bad in like two ways. The first is that if something always comes from something, then that means that God would come from something if God exists. But this is like further bad just because the structure of the argument is just that like every time we've seen something, it's like always come from something else, and then we infer that that's true of everything. So if we take this like just like form of reasoning, this like inductive reasoning, and we say that, well, you know, every mind that we've ever encountered has a body, then we can infer that all minds have bodies, which means that God can't exist because he's a bodiless mind. So that reasoning is just gonna go against you in that way. But in terms of like the uniqueness, like that God makes like all of us very unique, I think that that's probably going to be your biggest problem of all, because if you think that God is specifically the one who makes all of us, and he decides on each one of our like genetics or whatever, that's going to lead to like horrific consequences just based on like the number of like genetic disorders that exist, that God chooses who has specific genetic disorders and who doesn't. That to me would be like pretty horrific. But yeah, I don't know.
We're all different in a way, but if you and I, we're all human beings, right? We have a heart. You have a heart. So the design of the human, it's, even though we're so different, but yet we're the same, right? There's like, there's almost a great design to the way we are and how life works. And that's why I keep pondering like you too. I keep thinking, there isn't a God. And you're right. You're absolutely right what you said, right? The way of thinking, but that goes vice versa with the way you think too, right? How do we come to play? As human beings, how do we come to play?
Oh, I think we came from evolution.
Evolution, I see. And how come evolution stopped? That's why I keep pondering why before I was a Christian. I used to believe in evolution too. But then one thing that stops me was, how come we're not evolving, right?
Yeah, wait, so give me a second. Okay, so, all right, it didn't stop, it's still going. Evolution is an extremely slow process, that's the thing. Evolution is just like the gradual change in our genetics and our traits over millions of years. So we are still evolving, and you can literally demonstrate evolution in a lab with like bacteria, for example. But it's just going to take millions of years for you to actually, for us to diverge into multiple different species.
Do you know how long it was so when you think of evolution, we came from what, monkeys? Is that correct?
No, humans are apes, our ancestors were apes. And then before that, there's like more non-ape stuff. It eventually just gets back to like the first mammal. And then before that, I'm not sure what the first mammal came from.
Right. So the unknown, right? So say we're coming
Oh,
from.
but I can figure it out. It's not like it's like a.
What was the year? How long was the gap for us? We're I guess apes to become human. What was it?
Well, we are apes. Humans are apes.
Okay, I see.
So wait. So when was the first ape?
When was the first ape and how
25 million
did-
years
how did-
ago. So around 25 million years.
25 million years. So it took 25 million years for, I guess, to you an ape. What does that mean? Is it do we still have the intelligence of a human like we have now, the conscience, the way of love?
Yep. So ape is just an umbrella category. What ape refers to is just like a large category of thing that includes like orangutans, gorillas, bonobos, chimpanzees, humans. At least those are great apes. I think. Are there non-great apes? What's the deal?
And how come these apes that, like, for example, chimpanzees, gorilla, we're not seeing them turn into humans? You know?
Because we didn't come from chimpanzees or gorillas. We came from apes that no longer exist. We share a common ancestor with them. That there was a species, and the species diverged. It bifurcated. It split off, and one of the species went on to become like humans. One of the species went on to become like chimpanzees or bonobos or orangutans or anything else.
And then just to go by statement, I always want to clarify, you said that there's plagiarism in the Bible. You said Mark and the other S just copy. Can you elaborate more on that?
Yeah, 97% of Mark appears sentence for sentence, like the exact same content, sentence after sentence after sentence. 97% of Mark appears in Matthew and Luke. So these aren't like a unique perspective on it. It's just plagiarized.
Exactly. And that's what I think too when I was reading a Bible. It's like, how come everybody has the same account, the same story? It's almost the same, right? That's what I keep thinking about. Have you finished the Bible?
Yeah.
Okay, so did you question like the same reason why like they all have the same wording and like the same story?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's because they're plagiarized.
Plagiarized. So if say you and I in the same classroom, we have one teacher and she taught the same, right? She all taught the same thing. We know it's fact. She said we came from apes. Now, according to that, when we're writing an essay paper with what we learned, wouldn't we all have the same kind of meaning and same teaching?
same meaning certainly, but if your first sentence has the same content as my first sentence, and your second sentence has the same content as my second sentence, and your third sentence has the same content as my third sentence, and it's like that for
It's almost like
massive
the same.
like entire paragraphs, it's like that. That's not like we learned the same thing, we're talking about the same topic. That's like somebody copied from somebody else.
Exactly. So if we have the same teacher, and the same teacher taught me that we came from ape, evolution, wouldn't your paper, my paper, if it's correct, if we listen to the teacher, the way the teacher teach us, we would write in the same paper, we came from apes and evolution, correct?
No, wait, this is like actually like literally stop and think back to like high school. That's not how it worked. Teachers did teach you the thing, and then everybody's essays, well, they covered similar content, they were all fundamentally different because they were all told by different people. It was all written by different people. It was organized differently between everyone. People decided amongst themselves which facts they thought was important to include or exclude or change or alter. And the ordering of these facts, if a teacher received 2 papers that laid out the exact same content in the exact same order, then they assumed that it was plagiarized.
So why do you think all these men have the same kind of, why do you think they plagiarize? Why do they think it's all the same and not their own way?
Because it's plagiarized. Because I just have no evidence that it's actually written by like Matthew or Luke. But instead, it seems like whoever wrote these with whatever intentions took Mark, the book of Mark, and then plagiarized it. Instead of giving like an account of their own, and instead of including their own details, they just stole somebody else's account.
Can I explain how I kind of see it? I kind of see it that these 12, what you say, disciple, right? They all encountered Jesus. If we follow the historian, put the religion to the side, historian, right? These 12 disciples that walk with Jesus, they witness what Jesus did, historically wise, right? And they all, even though it's almost the same story, but they have different narratives. And these 12 people, you have to understand the context of the Bible. These 12 people, they all walk different lives too. They're not the same. A lot of people say, oh, well, they're the same people, but they all come from different background, different life, different perspective. But they all came together, and one thing that's accountable is what Jesus has done. It's all been the same, right? So you might say it's plagiarized, but it's all what they witness, you know? So how's it plagiarized? And my question is, how are they plagiarizing when they all witness the same, right?
Yeah, wait, so which, who of the gospel writers actually knew Jesus, to just get some like common foundation?
Yeah, I will, well, based on the Bible I read, I believe that all the people that saw Jesus was his 12 disciples.
And which of those, so we have Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John. Which of these people were his disciples?
Matthew, Luke, and John, right?
So that's going to be interesting because Mark came first, and they copied from Mark. Matthew and Luke are copied from Mark. So Mark was not a follower of Jesus, but his gospel is copied. He didn't know Jesus. He doesn't have a first-hand account. So they're copying from a person who doesn't have a first-hand account. That's pretty damning to the rest of it.
Yeah, and that's the thing, this is when belief and faith comes in. That's with the Holy Spirit, right? If you are a Christian, you understand that the Holy Spirit speaks in you in many ways. And that's something we can debate, I guess, all day and never get to who's right and who's wrong. But that Holy Spirit will work through you. And that's what I receive, right? As a Christian, we're taught to receive the Holy Spirit. Don't lean on our own understanding. And the thing is, I feel like I can put out books and evidence and just things that I can't explain. There's things that you and I can explain, right? We can debate all the time, but there's things that we cannot even explain. So
that's fine, but it's just like, it seems like we have an explanation that these are really unreliable books. They contradict each other constantly. They contradict themselves constantly. They're just extremely unreliable. Like, I don't know why.
And I understand that. I question myself too. Why is there contradictions? Why is the Bible showing us contradictions? And I believe that it's truly want us to, and people can say it's delusional, people can think it's crazy, but I believe there's contradiction because that's how life works, right? We're never going to be on the same page. And I believe that God wants to show us 2 aspects of life, right? And we want to choose how we want to live our life. There's 2 ways.
No. So a contradiction, things that are contradictory can't exist. That if these contradictions are true, if these contradictions do in fact exist, that means somebody is wrong, which means you would need to affirm that there are falsehoods in the Bible. But there shouldn't, if the Bible is the word of God, then there shouldn't be falsehoods in it. That just can't, that simply can't be, that there are contradictions in the Bible, and also that we lean on it for anything significant.
Yes. Can I ask you why you don't believe in God?
Yeah, that just comes down to all of the grotesque and gratuitous horrors in the world. The fact that God, in your view, God designed our cellular anatomy, and there are Bible verses that say He designs individual people's anatomies, which is like obviously really fucked up because some people have cancer genetically. Why would God give some people cancer genetically?
That is so true. You're absolutely right. We keep questioning why. Why is there wars? Why is there famine? Why is there starving, right? And the thing is, this is to you, I think a lot of people don't want to accept God because they don't want to be in control. They feel God is in control.
Oh, no, I don't want to accept God because I don't think He's real, because I don't see how it's possible to reconcile the existence of like kids with cancer with God. It's not about like control.
Exactly. And that's the thing, like I cannot even wrap my head around, right? We always question God. And have you read the book of Job?
Yeah.
And what is your philosophy or way of thinking on that?
It was pretty fucked up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because this guy is like questioning God, like why you've done this to me, right? Exactly. And there's moments in your time. Did you grow up Christian?
Yeah, I grew up Christian. Yeah.
And what made you like fall away from it? Is this because you read the book and you understand and you learn more about it?
Oh, it's just logic, right? Like somebody asked me if God could make a rock that's so heavy He can't lift it. And then I was like, oh, of course, like, of course He can, or, it's nonsense. But that's what I did. But I mean, returning to it, there's like many horrors in the book, specifically like, in the Hebrew Bible, the foundation for all of the New Testament, like it just contains like so many horrors.
Exactly. And I believe that Jesus, when he came, He kind of addresses these horrors, did He not? If we were just going based on trying to read.
But so God did these horrors, and Jesus is God, so Jesus did these horrors.
So I don't believe that he did these horrors Himself. I believe that He came down here to address these horrors and say, hey, there is horrors in the world, there is problematic in the world, but it's how we view things and how can we make it change. Like, don't you believe that we can make this world better if we choose to, right? Do you
That's
believe
nice.
that?
So I do believe that, but the one of the problems is that God literally causes these problems. He said that it's okay to do slavery in Leviticus, and then He calls for like the execution of children in Deuteronomy and in Samuel. Like, why He caused the problem.
So yeah, the Bible kind of contradicts itself, right? Why would God do all these things, but then in the New Testament, Jesus came and said, hey, everybody spread peace, right? So it's all about understanding culture during that time. Culture, would you say, is really important?
Yeah, of course, culture is important, but I think that the correct position on slavery is that thou shalt own no slaves. But that's not what God said. He said, you can own slaves, and you can even beat them if you want, just not too hard.
Well,
I just don't think that that's like reconcilable. That a God who is loving and good is telling people that they can own slaves.
I don't think God Himself said that own slaves.
He does.
I think that's back in the day. We have to understand those are like human too, right? These people are going with their own flaws and their own problems here. They view God how they speak to Him differently. But when Jesus came, He kind of say that, hey, don't listen to the Old Testament anymore. The new covenant is here. I am the new covenant, right? I'm here to help. And maybe God's trying to like help people in a way that people can understand. Slavery is bad. Don't get me wrong. Slavery is bad. I question myself that too. And you're right. Slavery is bad. There's people out there that we cannot understand. But at the end of the day, like, you think during the 1800s, 1900s, you think slavery was God still pushing that slavery, or you think that's human nature, doing it?
I mean, I obviously don't think God exists, but the problem is, if slavery was always wrong, then that means that God did something that was wrong.
I see. I'm trying to understand. But so if you don't believe in God, I guess hell is out of the question too.
Oh, I mean, you can, I have problems with hell too. That this is like conceptually like untenable as well. That it makes no sense to give someone infinite punishment for a finite crime. But yeah, it's like luckily I don't believe that the infinite punishment actually exists.
So when you die, where do you think we go? And sorry for the cheesy music. I was just trying to clear my mind.
That's okay. It's okay. I didn't even notice it. I don't think anybody knows where we're gonna go, and I think the people who who tell you that they know where we're gonna go don't really have a foundation for telling you that. People have guesses, but I don't think anyone actually knows.
And so like understand like, I guess would you consider yourself a good person?
I try to be.
Yeah, I try to be too, right? And I guess what holds, I guess, a person that doesn't believe in God, how to be a good people, how to be a good person.
That's just, for me, that comes down to intuition, that basic moral truths are going to be intuitive, that, I don't know, like torturing babies is just like very intuitively wrong to me and to everyone, in fact.
And that leads to other thing, when you say torturing a baby, that's the only thing is always get so more questions and more questions you ask. And I don't want to get too political, but like babies aside comes with, would you say like abortion and everything else is bad in the world? There's so many evil in the world. So what do you think, like how can we achieve world peace?
Oh, well, I think abortion is just fine. I think people should do what they want. But if you have a problem with abortion, then that creates a catastrophic issue for your worldview. That 73% of all humans who have ever existed died in the womb just because of miscarriage. Why would God? So there's like this can be attributed to God in like two ways.
That's so sad, right? And you said that killing a baby is wrong, correct?
Well, yeah, but so I don't think that this is killing a baby. But if you think that it is, then that means that God is responsible for the death of 400 billion babies. That God killed 400 billion babies. I mean, at that point, how many babies would God need to have killed for you to no longer believe in him, or for you to start suspecting that he's like not all good?
Do you believe? I guess I believe in free will. I believe in God giving free will himself.
Who's free will? Most of these miscarriages happen before people even know that they're pregnant.
For us to even be here to kind of talk about our differences, right? So that's a free will. Like you choose not to believe, I choose to believe. That kind of free will of understanding. And I believe that we cannot be ignorant of what's going on in the world. That there's evil in the world and there's terrible things in the world. But with these terrible things, there's also good things in the world.
Yeah, wait, I'm so sorry, but whose free will is it to have a miscarriage?
Well, okay, so I don't know who free will is this, but I know it's our will to have an abortion, right? At the end of the day, it's our control if we choose to have an abortion or not, or the woman, right? They have a will. They can choose to do this if they want to. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so. I think that it's permissible. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and that's to me, that's a life, right? To me, that's a life, and that's a will that somebody's willing to do. So now we're looking at our human flaws, right? So now we're blaming God here. We're saying, well, God, there's terrible in the world, but here we are. We're having our choice not to kill, not to take a life, and to try to do good. We choose to continue to not do good.
So okay. I obviously don't think that abortion is wrong. I agree it's a life. I don't think it's a person, which is like what I care about. But so just like pointing out that like people get abortions isn't gonna like untear in half this like worldview. The fact that God would be directly responsible for the death of 400 billion babies. There's only like 7 billion humans that exist right now. 400 billion. That's a huge number. That's the number of babies who have died from miscarriages throughout all of human history. That's like an insane number. So if God thinks that all of these are babies, then he's killed 400 billion of them for no reason. That's crazy. That's like super evil.
And why do we always have to blame God? Like, why do you think?
So yeah. Yeah, so for that one, two reasons. The first is because God literally takes credit for giving people the anatomy. There's verses about how God is the one who's like spun together everyone in their womb, which means that God has spun together all of these miscarriages, that he's given people all of their anatomy, which means that he would give them like the anatomy which causes the miscarriages, both on the end of the like mother, her womb actually causing a miscarriage, but also on the end of the fetus, that this fetus has like whatever defect which causes it to get miscarried. And then of course that there's verses that say that God is the one who gives people their like disabilities or whatever, and most miscarriages happen because there are issues with the fetus, which means that God would just be directly responsible for all of this, like very clearly, like no ambiguity to it at all. God would be responsible for the death of 400 billion babies.
I see. And I'm doing my best to listen to you. And I'm gonna be honest, you are educated to me with your Bible, because I am to new my journey to faith, my relationship with Jesus and God. My question is, if you don't believe in God, then who do you blame for all these terrible things?
For like miscarriage? Well, I don't. I mean, I think miscarriage is like sad or whatever, but
Yeah, if you said God isn't real, and I'm just going based on, what you're saying. If God isn't real,
Sandy, thank you.
who is to blame for all these terrible things?
Well, I don't think anyone's to blame. Typically, I talk lots about like natural evils, but I don't think that these things have like a person at blame. I think that they're just tragedies in my worldview. That it's a tragedy that kids get cancer. But unless somebody actually caused a kid to get cancer, I don't blame anyone. It's a tragedy when somebody's like unalived by an earthquake, but I don't blame somebody. And if I think it's like sad if someone has a miscarriage, if they don't want to have not that anyone like wants to have a miscarriage, although I'm sure some people probably, depending on circumstance, might
Shouldn't
be
be sad,
okay
right?
with
If we have a
that.
miscarriage, we shouldn't be sad because it's not a real baby.
So I'm sad for them. I'm not sad at like the loss of the life, like the loss of the clump of cells. It's whatever. What I'm sad about is that this person didn't want that to happen. That they wanted to, that they had like a really deep like love and desire for this like fetus to actually be born, and that it's not going to be. That I feel bad for them, but I'm not sad because it's like a baby or whatever. I don't think it's a baby. Coco, thank you so much. Appreciate the boxing gloves.
And that's what I'm trying to understand and wrap my head around, is that you're sad for that person being sad, but you're not sad for the reason they're being sad for, right? If everybody can think like you, if it's not a real baby, then they shouldn't be sad, right?
Oh, I mean, so they could.
People like, hey, don't be sad about your miscarriage because that thing is not real. That thing is not a life.
Well, it's not that it's not a life, it's that it's not a person. And it's the reason why its loss makes me sad isn't because we like lost a person or lost a life or any of that. The reason why I'm sad is that I'm sad because they're sad. If they weren't sad, if I had a friend who wasn't sad about like a miscarriage that they had and they were like whatever, then I would be like whatever. But if they did care, then I would also care.
And that's the human heart, man. And I'm glad that you stated that. I'm glad that you still have, explained that you still feel the empathy and the emotion for that person. And that's why and maybe I show a little bit more empathy, and this is just my own view, that I care for the mother and the life that's going to happen, right? The life that it's willing to happen, it's going to happen. And that's why if we say that the baby is not life, according to your argument, but then I'm still excited for what it can become.
Do you think that we should value like sperm because of the life that it's going to become?
Exactly, right? And that's the thing, right? When
Sperm
people do
rights?
that, as men, I'm sure you and I, we both know that we waste tons of that every single time in our life.
Hell yeah, brother.
Right?
Let's go.
All right, but it's more beautiful when you have, a male and a female come together to create something so beautiful. Life is beautiful. Would you say life is beautiful?
Yeah, I would. Wait, but so whenever a guy wastes sperm, do you get sad about that fact because of the potential life that we missed out on?
I stop myself from doing it. Retention. This is why the Bible even talk about it. Like,
Retention?
like what I'm not reading my vocab, but when we do things like this, it is feel bad. Like, why should we have self pleasure? You know, and if you kind of think like that, it might be delusional and crazy, but just don't, you know, don't self pleasure. You know,
That leads
you're
to
calling me out, you're making me think, and I should hold back, right?
well, wait, so okay, wait. If God didn't want us to do it, then why are we much more likely to get prostate cancer if we don't do it? Why do the people who don't spill their seed get prostate cancer way more?
Well, that I don't know. I'm not really good with the science side behind it, but I just know that from based on my past, right? I know I'm not trying to bring my life in, but the thing is, what as young men, we do this thing and we watch stuff online. Would you say that's a negative effect in your life?
And I'm not gonna talk about like my life because that's too personal for me. I mean, I guess for that, no. I'll answer that one, but I don't really like talking about like, I don't know. I think that it's all about striking a healthy relationship with yourself and your body and your outlook on the world. That if somebody consumes too much of this content and then they have a really weird view of the world around them, and especially if they have a really weird view of like women, then they should probably reel it on in and pull back a bit. But I think that it's perfectly, you're 100% capable of doing these things and even watching these things, and you can just be like a totally normal person, and it's all about you striking that balance for yourself.
Balance. That's the thing I hear, and that's the thing I used to, before when I was walking with faith, I used to say that, balance. Have that balance in your life, right? Do a little both, but then I realized as I continue to, and this is what faith helped me, is when I continue to, sorry that I'm preaching, when I continue, but I just want to have your opinion and feedback. When I continue to walk with my faith and just reading the Bible every single day, I realize that this balance for me, I can't do this life anymore. You know, and like, there's good and bad balance, I believe. You know, a lot of people, they use that excuse balance too much and they forget the real purpose, you know, and some people can overwhelm. You know, you can't tiptoe between two life, right?
In terms of like,
everything, in terms of every moderation of life, like between what's bad for you and what's good for you. And that's something that can be debatable, what's good and what's bad for you. But I'm just saying, according to society, right? If we continue walking on a balanced line, I feel like we will get nowhere.
Maybe, I don't know. It depends. I think it's gonna be like a thing dependent, but you know, there's, in terms of what we were talking about, like in terms of like that stuff, like that's, you know, there's to me a pretty obvious balance where it has like health benefits and it doesn't destroy your life. So you should go ahead and do that. But if you don't want to do that for whatever reason, then I guess you don't have to. I mean, it's really up to you. I just don't think that. I think the part that I think is weird is when other people preach anything other than what I'm preaching, that you should strike whatever balance makes sense for you. So why do you? But you disagree with balance striking. So why do you think that people shouldn't strike a balance on this?
It's true. I believe in a fine line of balance. I guess it depends on everybody's perspective, right? Because my balance perspective might be different from your balance of perspective. So is somebody else, right? And the thing is, if we continue to I guess live that life, there will be no like kind of, I would say, like a resolve, you know? And that's why
sure.
And that's why I kind of want to understand on your viewpoint, if you can kind of highlight more of what's bad and what's good. What's bad?
I don't know. I'm pretty against like unnecessary suffering. I think that suffering for no reason is pretty bad. I don't know. I think harming innocent people without like a really, really, really good reason is bad. I don't know. Those are some basic views of mine. My intuitions tend to align with something called like threshold deontology, which is basically that like there's like these good actions and you should do these good actions and not do these bad actions until the consequences get severe enough, at which point maybe it's okay to do some bad actions.
So it's okay to do some bad actions.
Yeah. So, well, you know, if you're in a scenario where like the only way to end the Holocaust, for example, is to kill like one innocent civilian, then it's probably the ethical choice to kill the innocent civilian if it means stopping the literal Holocaust from occurring and from finishing.
So that person will be Hitler.
Well, Hitler's not an innocent person, like just like an innocent civilian. It's okay to
So
kill,
you're saying
like
like the
it's
power of sacrificing somebody to save millions.
yeah, basically yeah. That
I see.
this is to me pretty intuitively like it's a tragedy that it has to happen. But I think that it's like the clear moral choice that if it's one innocent person versus millions of innocent people, that we should be trying to save the millions of innocent people.
That's true. And I think, and that one person, you know, going back to Christianity, that one person was Jesus. Did he not? He sacrificed himself for us. You know, and he always, like Jesus, he always preached good, right? And this is why, like, I believe in God and Jesus, because I believe that, you know, there was time where Jesus came and he said, this is the new covenant. This is time for us to, you know, I'm laying down my life to forgive you.
Yeah, wait, so do you have any evidence that Jesus, like, that any of this actually happened?
Like, well, based on my studies is the Bible, of course, reading historians' books too. So Jesus was a real person. I used to believe in that Jesus was not a person. I just thought it was a story. But when I did my deeper research, he was indeed a real person. Despite, if you don't believe his miracles or what he did, he was indeed a real person, and he did die on a cross.
I agree. So, but what's the evidence that he's like the Son of God?
And that's when you have to have faith, right? There's no hardcore evidence for anything. There's no hardcore evidence that we came from apes.
There is.
You know? Because the thing is, I can go, are we still on this? Where do you think we're gonna evolve to? I guess if we're talking like about Pokemon, where do you think our next evolution is
Well,
gonna
we're not. That's if you think it's like Pokemon, then you probably have like a misconception. It's not like Pokemon. It's not like we go like gorilla, chimpanzee, human. It's like, so, you know, I have a sibling. I have a brother. We came from like the same parents. You know, if we had like a really big family, we'd have like the same parents. And then you know, so everyone stretching down from me and my brother are going to have a common ancestor, namely my parents. So there's a common ancestor there. Similarly, we have a common ancestor with chimpanzees and gorillas and whatever. They've just descended down different family trees than we have over millions of years, and then that's how it's ended up.
I see. And how do you explain different, I guess, ethnicity? Like, I'm Asian, I'm Vietnamese American. I don't know what your ethnicity is, but we're complete. I know that you're not Asian. So how would you explain how we kind of diverse into that?
Yeah, because there's evolutionary advantages to the ways that people have developed. For example, black people, because they grew up in like these really hot areas, their skin is much darker, and also that their hair. I don't know if this is true. I think this is true, but I saw it in a TikTok, so who knows? But just that their hair works as like a ventilation system to deal with this. That it serves like a very specific purpose.
I see. And then you said you mentioned in this in the TikTok. And where does this study just for my
which part of it?
Just for like, what do you recommend? Like, I should read for a human evolution.
That evolution is like true.
Yeah, that evolution is true. Like,
Yeah, I can
is
give
it
you a
like-
book recommendation.
Yeah, is it by like somebody? Is it by an author? You know, like how do we know this is true?
Wait 1 second.
Are you basically saying that God isn't real and that's a
Oh,
fact?
sorry. So the best book that I'd probably recommend on this is called Relics of Eden. It's literally written by a Christian. But the evidence that this person lays out is just so we have chromosomes. Our DNA, our chromosomes contain our DNA. Now, the other great apes, they also have chromosomes. They have a 2A and a 2B chromosome, and we have a second chromosome. Now, our second chromosome is a perfect fusion of the other great apes' 2A and 2B chromosomes. which is not possible unless we have a common ancestor with them. At least that would be like just like statistically miraculous. If we have an identical chromosome, or like a chromosome that's like literally identical, and in fact that makes it also impossible to explain under like the God worldview, because the fact that it is a fusion actually created lots of useless parts. That there's specifically these things that are at the end of our chromosomes called telomeres. These help. These like deal with aging. They help us like not die of old age every time our cells replicate, and when they get worn down, then we do die of old age because our stuff starts breaking down. So there's our second chromosome fuses is fused at the telomeres. So we now have these like useless telomeres because they only do stuff when they're at the end of the chromosome, but they're at the middle of the chromosome. So this makes literally no sense for God to have done, and makes lots of sense if we share a common ancestor with the other great apes. That's the evidence.
And the question is, who made the great apes? I guess that's the question we keep asking, right? And who made the great apes?
Who they came from? If you want to know who the ancestor of the great apes is, I guess we can like just look into that. What is the great ape ancestor? Or I'm sorry, what came before the great apes?
And thank you for the recommendation.
Yep, it's a good one. These other like primate looking things. Where did primates evolve from? Or I guess who did primates evolve from? Okay, wait. So the earliest primates descended from a small nocturnal insectivorous mammal.
We came from
so the closest living relative to that's I guess so our closest living relative is the tree shrew and flying lemurs.
I see. So we came from flying lemurs. You see how it's hard even to wrap your head around?
No, so we didn't come from them, but they're closest related to our common ancestor.
And then when you say relating, and please educate me, I'm willing to say that I'm a science base. You know, I'm not a student in the science base. I know the common science, but are we connected by, is it DNA or is it cells?
Well, it's both of these. It's ancestry is what it's specifically referring to. But what it's going to be present in our DNA that we're going to share high DNA similarity to the tree shrew. I could probably look this up, see what our level of similarity is.
DNA is in cells, right?
Human tree shrew. Yep, it is. Tree shrew, common DNA.
I'll know little facts, and that's the question. Our DNA is so special.
Yeah. Oh, but interestingly enough, 85% of our DNA is useless. So, I mean, that's the really good argument against intelligent design. Why, even if you're a Christian, you should accept evolution. It's because 85% of our DNA is useless. And there is a way to explain this under evolution. There is literally no way to explain this if you're a Christian, why so much of our DNA would be just discarded by the cells, why it would do absolutely nothing.
You say DNA is useless?
Yeah, 85% of your DNA is useless.
What does that mean? Why is it useless?
So DNA, what it does, it gets expressed in your cells as proteins, but this goes through like a really long process of like preparing your DNA to actually be expressed as these proteins. So it goes through like lots of formatting, lots of like whatever, and part of the formatting process is to take out all the useless parts and discard them. So it gets to all of these parts, these non-coding parts, and it just removes them because they don't do anything.
Which is funny. So DNA, it's useless, but when it comes to identifying, I guess, now this is when it gets. I'm trying to wrap my head around this. I don't know how to properly say it in the educational terms, but if DNA is useless, how come, we rely on it so much to identify what gender are we, what diseases we have? You know, and like
So,
a family and
okay.
trait about DNA.
So it's useless in the sense that our cells don't use it for anything. Like we can use DNA for stuff. Like I use DNA to prove evolution, for example. But our cells don't use this DNA for anything. It's
Oh,
useless to our
it's
cells.
useless to our bodies, but it's not useless in general.
It has like functions, I suppose,
It
but
has probably
we could have these exact same functions, and it has the fact that 85% is useless is detrimental to us. It causes tons of diseases because it replicates itself, and then the useless DNA writes over the useful DNA, and then we get diseases.
I see. It can also be good too, because I know DNA. We use DNA, you know, for I guess what you would say the study of evolution, but we use it for enhancing, like to crops, to do tests, to do studies of diseases spreading and preventing that. So I would say DNA is so designed that your DNA and my DNA for sure is not the same, right? We're gonna have
Yeah.
different DNAs, and that's what makes it so special. Like that's why I don't think it's useless, because it identifies who you are and identify who I am.
So why would God give us so much DNA? Because what could have been the case is that God could have given us only the DNA that actually does something in the cell, and then we could have gotten all of this use regardless.
The most important thing
We could
God
have
wants me to do-
identified whatever else you wanted to in the DNA just based on the useful DNA.
Right. I think the reason why God gave DNA to you and to me is because that's what makes us unique as a person, right?
So we could have been unique as people without any of the useless DNA.
Well, we come into life like, why are you unique than other people, right? It's because the way you think and the way your mindset, and that's what makes you unique. What makes you? I believe that the root of your DNA, it's so different, it's so uniqueness that God has come and create this for you. Just that there's only one of you, and you cannot be replicated.
Okay, so if you think that God literally created our DNA, this just leads to what, in my opinion, is like completely crazy. So there's a genetic disorder that causes 2-year-olds to compulsively attempt to gouge their own eyes out. Why would God give that disorder to people?
Exactly. And I feel like your debate at the moment right now is asking God why, if there's
Well, okay,
God, why there's so many
that's
terrible
fine.
people. Is there anything else like?
Yeah, that's that it is okay. I can rephrase it away from like a why question. I can make like a very hard statement. That's insanely cruel to make someone have a disorder that causes them to gouge their own eyes out at the age of 2. This cruelty is not compatible with God. Therefore, because we know that this disease exists and it's not compatible with God, then we would know that God doesn't exist.
And I can ask, why did God make people healthy then? You know, why is there people healthy and why there's people's bad? So there's things that I can't explain, but that debate of when it comes to bad things in life doesn't mean directly that there isn't no God. You know, just because there's bad things in life doesn't mean that there isn't no God.
I think it does. Well, so not just like any bad things, but these specific bad things do. The way I can like deductively prove that if you're interested, just that
I would
if
love to.
if Christianity, yeah, so if Christianity is true, then God is perfect. He designed our anatomy, and he is all good. Now, if God is all good, he's perfect, and he designed our anatomy, then there would be no design flaws in our anatomy. But there are design flaws in our anatomy. The ones that I've laid out, how so much of our DNA is useless, how our DNA is structured such, because every time your DNA replicates itself, it needs to create an exact sequence of like 3 billion nucleotide pairs. Because he gave us so much of it, and most of it is useless. He could have given us way less. There's tons of mistakes that happen within your DNA, which allows people to get cancer. Everyone has cancer. You have cancer, I have cancer. There are cancerous cells. And that's just a fact based on the way our DNA is structured, based on the way our cells are structured. So there are critical design flaws present, but of course, it's not possible that God created us, that he made all of us, and that there are design flaws, which means that God can't exist.
There are critical design flaws present,
Wait,
but of course,
there's bad echo. Can you swipe out of the app? Wait, there's bad echo. Can you swipe out? Or
Flaws present, but of course.
do you wanna? Can you swipe out of the app? Oh wait, we're back.
We're back.
I can hear
Sorry
you.
about
Can you swipe out of the app? Flaws.
Oop. Hello?
Is that better?
Yep.
Sorry, I'm new to this. And if you, so where do these, I guess, cancer, where does this all stem from? I guess.
It stems from the way that our cells are structured. That our cells are, because our DNA is so fragile and delicate, and there's like really important regions of it. Whenever a mutation happens in these really important regions, it fundamentally messes up the cell's functionality in many cases. So this is just a functionality mess up where it now replicates without bound.
Why do you think we have so much cancer and so much, diseases in the world?
Because evolution is a sloppy process.
Fair.
Evolution didn't, it's not an intelligent designer. It's a careful tinkerer, or not a care. It's like a reckless tinkerer that creates lots of problems. It has like tons of just like worthless stuff flying around in our DNA.
And it just shows there's flaws in things, huh?
Yeah. So, but if you agree that there's design flaws, then how can a perfect God have design flaws in his creation?
Well, that's when faith comes in, because I believe, and this is just a belief statement. I don't know there's a fact to prove it, but I believe that when we create the human, we come with a bunch of flaws. I would say that we're a creator in a way, right? The iPhone, there's flaws in the devices. There's many phones that work well, but there's some flaws there's some phone that doesn't work as well, right? So I believe that sometimes the designer, and this is just my idea, my belief. I just want to make a statement first, but I just believe that there's going to be plenty of, I guess, perfect batches and bad batches, right? There's things that we cannot understand or fathom. I wrap my hand with God that way. I question God. Like sometimes I ask God, like, why is there evil in the world when you said there's good, right? And a lot of people, I feel like we focus on the bad things in the world and that we don't give God enough credit for the good things that happen in this world. There's good things in your life that you can't explain, right, Ian? There's things in my life that are so good that I can't even explain why me. And I'm not saying I don't want to be like that Christian guy who just talks about the goodness and just me. But there's things in life where I've been in the hospitals. I've seen kids that has cancer and sick, and sometimes I go home and I think to myself, why is it happening? Why there's bad things. And with my faith, I got to be strong because this is dangerous for me, right? When I come to people and seeing people dying, there's wars in the Middle East, people are dying. Like, there's things I can't explain. Dude, why do you think, let me ask you this, why do you think I hold in my faith to God so much? Why do you think people
That's a
hate God?
phenomenal question, because it's easier than accepting the reality of the situation, because it's like a very useful cope that lots of things can't be explained in the world, that we ask why questions when the answer is like very simple. We ask like, why do kids get cancer, when the answer is a very cold, because that's just how our bodies evolved. That's why we get cancer. And it's not a very satisfying answer, but it is a true answer. So instead, people need to create these like conceptual frameworks to help them cope with the harshness of reality. Lots of people are scared of death, so they create these exact same frameworks to help them cope with the harshness of death.
And I've been reading a lot of religion can be a psychology thing. People might need it to cope and stuff. But say you have cancer tomorrow. What's something that's going to keep you, being more positive in a life full of cruelty? What keeps you positive?
What keeps me well, doing this keeps me positive. So I don't know. Maybe reading. Who knows? Probably talking to my friends would keep me positive. Not God,
even
that's
you say
for sure.
this debate will kind of like give you life. Would you say like this kind of conversation we're having here, even though we're not agreeing, or I guess in our ways?
Of course, I love
you're still
debate.
happy, right? You're still like happy, and that's one thing.
It
Like
brings
I
lots of joy to my life.
It brings a lot of joy to your life, and that you find your joy in your purpose. And what do you think your purpose is in this life?
I think everyone creates their own purpose. So I don't know, like doing this gives me a lot of purpose. Getting to read through philosophy books, create new arguments gives me purpose. Getting better at like rhetoric and debate gives me purpose. Making lots of friends who I have common interests with. I don't know, all those things give me purpose.
and you're very good at it, sir. I've been seeing your live for a while now, and
Hey, I appreciate that.
and like I'm just honored to to talk to you, and I just want to understand like your purpose here. You have it's great because you're connecting a lot of people, right? And the thing is, God, and this is what I'm going to say, like, to me, God has to be real for somebody not to believe in him, right? For us sitting here talking about God isn't real, but here we are talking about God still, right? And that's kind of like something I'm trying to wrap my head around too. Is like, if God isn't real, why so many people, don't they blame him, right? If God doesn't, if not real, they still blame him. Like you said, if your debate is God's not real, because if God's real, why is there terrible things in the world?
Okay, so a couple things there. When I bring up like, well, why did God do this? Why did God do that? I don't believe that God actually did these things, but you do, which is why the questions are addressed to you. What I'm doing, it's called an internal critique. I'm presupposing that the things that you believe are true. And from these beliefs, I'm finding contradictions within them. Because you obviously think that God did decide our genetics, so I'm giving you a contradiction about like why God couldn't possibly have done that. We presuppose that God exists for the sake of contradiction, because if there's a contradiction in presupposing that God exists, then that means that our initial presupposition must be wrong, that God must actually not exist. Because if he did exist, like XYZ reason. So also, I don't know. I don't think that makes sense at all to say that, well, we're talking about him means that he exists. We could talk about Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny or like whoever. And just because we're talking about them doesn't mean that they actually exist. People talk about like TV shows all the time, but that doesn't mean that the characters in the TV shows actually exist. But just merely that we're talking about them. If nobody believed in God, then I wouldn't be talking about God. I only talk about God because it like really affects our actual world. People vote based on their belief in God, which I think is terrible. I think that's a horrible thing to do, to vote based off of your belief in something that you have literally no proof for.
So I guess would you say like don't vote, because I guess we're getting a little bit on the the politics side of left and right? Why do you think that conservatives believe in God so much?
Because
God in the argument.
I think conservatives are going to be more inclined to believe in God just based on, because conservatives are more inclined to fear, whereas liberals are more inclined to anger. I think that a belief in God is largely stemming from anxieties and fears. So I think that it's in line with the conservative psychological profile to fill this like hole in their life with God, because conservatives are more likely to have a fear response to something, and God is like a thing that helps you assuage your fear responses. It allows the conservative to say like, well, even if like this thing happens, like, I'm right because I'm like holy and righteous. It's just like more cope.
And I want people to know that I'm not trying to convert you to Christianity. I'm just doing my viewpoints based on what I learned. So let me ask you this: when you're scared and fearful, like you mentioned, people, do you get scared? Do you get feared?
Yeah, of course.
So when you have this fear and when you're worried and all this pressure and depression is around you, what do you do to cope? What do you do to make yourself kind of, I would say, feel better?
I don't know if I get. When's the last time? Because lots of the fears that I experience, typically I just go and try to change the thing. If something's making me afraid, then I'll just change the situation. I either change it or do everything in my power to change it, or I shrug my shoulders, accept that I'm not going to change it, and move on.
I see. And do you find gratification with that? Do you feel better?
Yes. Yeah, it's much better than living in a state of fear. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, fixing the thing that's causing me fear. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. And that's the thing. Like, why do you think God put fear in the people's life then?
What is God? Well, I don't think God did that. So.
So what? And so you don't think God did
Well,
this?
so if you're
So why do you think God like do all these bad things to people then? Can you explain why you think God do all the things he did?
So I don't think that he actually exists, but in your worldview, you're committed to saying that he actually did these things, which to me is like deeply unintuitive and completely unbelievable, that an all good God would like give somebody like a disorder which causes them to like gouge their own eyes out at the age of 2, that to me is not possible for that God to exist. So we imagine this like hypothetical God, and then we realize that he couldn't actually exist, and then we conclude that he doesn't exist.
What if I say, like, I don't think God did all this? You know, like, my debate to you is I don't think God did all of this. Can we prove that God did do this? If, you know, if we're talking about in the realm of what you and I are debating, how can we prove that God did all this bad things?
So because I don't think that he did this, but you do, which is why I'm talking about like your worldview. Whenever I talk about God, I'm talking about your worldview. This isn't what I believe. This is like a contradiction in what you believe. So, do you think that God is the one who decided which genetics we would all have?
Yeah, I think he has a plan and a purpose when he made us. Just like everything, right? When you make something, just like this content, you already knew what you're gonna make, right? Your topic is God isn't real, correct? So with a plan that you know, and you're solid. You're gonna, nobody's gonna move you from, you know, changing your mind. I'm sure with many people who are better than me at debating and more intellectual have not proved you wrong, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, just like nobody has a good argument, unfortunately.
Exactly. Nobody has a good argument for you yet, right? And I believe that's why you come here with a plan and a purpose. And that's why I believe that God has came in a plan and a purpose for everybody else. He knows his end in the beginning. But the thing is, as human, we don't know where our ending is going to be, right? You don't know where you probably know what you're going to do tomorrow. You're probably going to know what you're going to do next month. You have plans, but you don't know exactly what's going to happen to you, right?
Yeah, I agree. But so just going back to the original like thing that we were talking about, which is like, how do we know that God's the one who does this stuff in your worldview? Unless you like reject science, which I don't know why you would do that. But if you accept science and you accept like the scientific explanation, if God chooses our genetics and our genetics cause like all these problems from like miscarriages to these like horrific disorders, then God chose for people to have miscarriages or to have these horrific disorders, which means that God is directly responsible for miscarriages and all of the people who have these horrific disorders. That's how, in your worldview, I know that God is responsible for it, just because he's the one who did the genetics, or that gave everyone their genetics in your worldview.
And that's the thing I try to understand too, because I used to be a science guy, right? The thing is, scientists, we can never figure out the origin of the universe, you know, what happens after death, the origins of life. Those are things like people have their own viewpoints on it, but it's never a proven fact, you know?
What do you mean you used to be a science guy?
So I used to, like, before I believe in God, like I believe that we came from evolution. I believe in, you know, what killed the dinosaurs. I believe in how we're made. But then the more I study, the more I read, you know, I can't wrap my head around evolution. I can't wrap, you know, there's things that scientists can't explain. You know, there's what the word we call a hypothesis, right? Everybody, and the thing is, what makes you right? Because just because there's scholars, there's people who have Ivy Leagues and in big positions can teach us and say my word is right, you know?
Yep. So what makes me right is not all of the high-ranking people who agree with me. In fact, so this is like a correlation rather than causation. So the fact that I believe in this and the fact that they also believe in this thing is caused by the same source, the evidence. The evidence is what compels me and all the Ivy League people to believe in evolution. And the evidence for evolution is simply overwhelming. It's not possible to study biology at an extensive level and not see evolution everywhere. Its remnants are everywhere. Everywhere in our DNA, everywhere in our cells, everywhere in our anatomy, evolution is everywhere. There's no reason why there would be like useless organs under your worldview, but there are reasons why there are useless organs on my worldview, which is in line with reality. There's no reason why so much of our DNA wouldn't do anything under your worldview, but there are reasons why it wouldn't do anything under my worldview. There's literally like parasitic DNA. It's called mobile elements. They cause nothing but problems, but because they propagate through our DNA and they like spread far and wide, they reproduce and they are there every time the DNA replicates and they take up so much of our genome, it's literally just like parasitic DNA. Literally no reason why this would exist under your worldview, but a perfect explanation for why this would exist under the evolution worldview. Literally, the evidence for evolution is so overwhelming.
So from a scientific standpoint, purpose, right? The term purpose can be viewed as a product of evolution, survival, reproduction, and the things that we're just doing as human. That's our purpose, is just continue to live and breathe, reproduce.
No.
Science.
Biology doesn't speak about purpose. That's like a philosophical question. The field of existentialism is the philosophical field that deals with purpose. Biology has function. It doesn't have purpose. Your arm has the function of like moving all about, of like grasping, of whatever. But it doesn't have like the purpose. Like its purpose isn't to grasp, its function is grasping. Purpose is subjective. Your hand can have the purpose of like writing, if that's what you want, and it can have like the purpose of forming a fist, if that's what you want. It just comes back to what you want.
So would you say you have a purpose?
Yeah, we already talked about that. Just that this is my purpose. I love doing this. This is so much fun. Jay, thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like a lot of people can say God give you a purpose. How would
Yeah,
you?
my purpose is to make Darth Dawkins take his own life.
What is that? Can you elaborate?
Yeah, he's like a guy.
Oh.
Jams, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And I'm pretty sure you probably have a lot of people that will ask you what's your purpose, and your purpose is doing this. So that's good, man.
Yeah.
I want to be fair to other people too. I don't want to take up your time, but man, thank you for sharing all this knowledge.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you coming on up and being so curious. Thank you so much.
I know like a lot of people would think just because we have different viewpoints and stands, we cannot be friends. Ian, I wish you best in what you do and whatever it is. A lot of people may say I'm preaching. Hey, that's good. But I just want to understand, I think a lot of people who try to debate about God forget, their true message and their true love is because if you follow Jesus, people that say they follow Jesus, I want to address this. People that say they follow Jesus, like we got to show more love and compassion because that's what Jesus taught. Would you say that's what the message is?
Well, I think that you can have love and compassion without what Jesus taught. That you can take all of like the basic lessons, like be kind to people, don't be a dick.
What do you think that stemmed from? What do you think being kind and being nice kind of stem from?
Because there's like evolutionary reasons why you would want to be altruistic. Just that humans live and die by our social order. If you have a strong social order, then you will continue to exist. You and your family and your friends will continue to exist, which means you'll spread your genetics. If you work well together, whereas if you're like very selfish, then you might like fuck yourself over.
I see. So let me ask you this. I believe in God. You don't. Would you not like me or hate me because of that?
Of course not. No, this is purely philosophical.
Nice. So yeah, I'm trying to. That's good. I'm trying to understand that because a lot of people, I just feel like there's negativity and hate in the world.
Yeah, no, of course not. No, wait. It depends. If you're doing more of this, the only way I ever hate anybody who believes in God is if they're like a dickhead, irregardless of that. So if you plan on getting deeper into this, which you totally could, you should avoid presuppositional apologetics.
What does that mean?
If you're ever on stream with a dude named Darth Dawkins, you have made a wrong turn somewhere.
And what is Darth Dawkins? What is this content?
Yeah, he's just like an idiot. Like he asks questions that are like obfuscatory, where the only answer is God, and then gets mad at you and kicks you when. Yeah, I don't know.
Do you think your stem of hating, not believing God is real, is from people who?
No. Because I didn't believe that God was real, and then I met this fucking person. But
That's
because even like Christians don't like him. So
yeah. Hey, listen. There's people that claims that they're Christian. A lot of people who claim they're Christian, but the thing is, if they're not living in the Word, if you see their fruit,
yeah,
then they're not repping the Word right. They're not repping what Jesus and God wants to do.
Yeah, I fuck with that. I don't know. I think that if you're a Christian, I obviously don't think it's true, but if you're a Christian, the bare minimum that you can do is like be a kind person. And while we disagree, I think that you've been incredibly like kind and like friendly in this conversation, which I don't believe what you're saying, but I appreciate that you you seem to genuinely believe it enough to like actually attempt to be kind.
Would you say like Christian is not kind? I guess.
Lots of them are. Some of them are, but lots of them aren't.
Yeah.
Similar to
I feel like a lot of
atheists,
Christians-
some of them aren't kind, but lots of
I feel
them
like
are.
a lot of non-believers they let other people who say they're Christians dictate of how they view Christianity. Would you say
Yeah,
that's
it's
kind of
no,
like a,
because my issues with Christianity stemmed long before I knew of any of this. That my issues with Christianity are primarily logical. I don't even consider the type of people who believe in it. In fact, I think that there's like lots of like really friendly Christians. I think that these people are like really great. Unfortunately, I just don't believe in that thing. So
I see. And look, I respect that, and I respect you for respecting other people with their non-belief, you know, and like not being too radical and still being open-minded. And I feel like a lot of people, they still need to have a little bit more open-minded.
yeah, I know I'm like super open to arguments, but do you have anything else?
That is it. I hope to
Yeah.
talk to you soon once I need to come with more stronger arguments next time.
No, yeah, it's you know,
This is
lots
a
of
good
work.
introduction to you and to the people. I appreciate you guys for listening and tuning in.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming on up.
All right.
All right, bye-bye. Make sure you're dropping a follow. If you are 18 or older and you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. If you want to talk with like people in my community, you know, there's this chat, but then there's also the chat that's in my Discord. It's discord.gg/allegedlyian. Every time I'm live, the live chat is like filled up. You can play bingo. You can just go $God in my Discord and it will pull up a bingo sheet. So if you want to play bingo while you watch me debate, you can do that and you can score bingos and I'll give you validation if you post your bingo wins. But seriously, join. And if you another thing that we do in the Discord, we talk about politics, religion, and philosophy. If you're not sure how to get into philosophy, lots of people don't know how. I would love to show you how. And in fact, we do a reading group every day. We have a reading group tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern time. So in just a couple of hours, we're doing a reading group on a paper. So it's not too late to read the paper. We're just reading the first 12 pages. It's only 12 pages of reading. You got this. But seriously consider joining. And even if you don't read the pages, you can still show up and like learn something if you want. But other than that, I'm probably ending stream, but I do love all of you. I'll send you over to Dean. We're gonna raid Dean on live on It's Dean 2 A's 2 N's. I love all of you, love each and every one of you. I'm serious. Join that Discord if you're 18 or older. If you don't join that Discord, then I'll be really sad forever, and that will be absolutely heartbreaking for me. And I just don't know what I'll do at that point. But I gotta run.